Chapter 34-33. In the end, Mama Song didn't know who was standing behind her. With a little force from that cold little hand, her neck tilted and she fell softly, instantly losing her life. Yu Meng stood by the bed, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her hands. She looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch my man?" Throwing away the silk handkerchief, Yu Meng walked to the bed and looked down at Yang Kai lying on the bed. A touch of anger appeared on her face. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was a little later, wouldn't this adulterous man and woman have already cooked the rice? She knew that Kai Yang had several wives, but those women had existed before she met Kai Yang, so she was powerless to do anything about them. But what about this brothel's madam? What was she to do? If she was a girl with a clean background, it would be fine. However, she had already formed a heart seal with Yang Kai, and they couldn't be separated for the rest of their lives. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yang Kai to be sullied by such a dirty woman. Thinking of this, she became angry and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "Get up!" Under the surge of divine thought, her voice even carried the power of impact on the divine soul. Yang Kai frowned, his eyelashes trembled, and his eyelids slowly opened. For eyes met, and Yu Meng's anger disappeared without a trace. It was because the state of the man in front of her was very wrong. His gray eyes were shrouded with a feeling of despair, as if all the light in the world had been blocked. She and Kai Yang had not known each other for long, but these days, when had this man not been in high spirits and in high spirits? No matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this time, he was like a bird that had been knocked down from the clouds and fell into the mud. His face was full of fatigue and haggard. The fact was indeed so. From the brightest star in the star boundary to the notorious devil that everyone wanted to kill, even the great emperors had issued orders to kill him. Wasn't he falling from the clouds into the mud? Yu Meng sighed and said, "Why bother?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and looked at her with empty eyes without any light. Yu Meng squatted down and sat on the edge of the bed with her plump buttocks. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek. She said softly, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." Yang Kai's empty eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and his drowsy eyes opened a little. Yu Meng showed a gentle smile at the right time. She wanted this smile to be imprinted in the deepest part of Yang Kai's heart. She wanted this smile to become the motivation for Yang Kai to persevere. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. He pulled her over, turned around, and pressed her under his body. He covered her towering chest with one hand and ruthlessly kneaded it. He did not have the slightest intention of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. His other hand reached for her belt and directly tore it apart. His mouth, which was full of the smell of alcohol, unscrupulously kissed Yu Meng's lips. "Oh!" Yu Meng moaned and struggled, but how could she resist Yang Kai's strength? Her whole body was firmly pressed under his body and she could not move at all. Feeling that her clothes were rapidly being removed, Yu Meng suddenly panicked. She turned her head and said, "Stop! You're hurting me!" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to have gone crazy. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and the expression on his face became ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the one being pressed under his body was not Yu Meng, but the biggest enemy in his life. He could not wait to gnaw his bones, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. How could Yu Meng allow him to continue? If they were in love with each other, it would be normal for a man and a woman to love each other. But in this situation, how could Yu Meng be willing to give up her body? Unable to break free, Yu Meng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's face. With a crisp slap, Yang Kai's head tilted to one side. His violent and rough movements seemed to have stopped because of this slap. Yu Meng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai was motionless, as if he was under a spell. Yu Meng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's cheek. She said as gently as possible, "I don't want to hit you, but wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai seemed to have no interest in answering, or was too lazy to answer. He simply ignored her and slowly climbed down from her body. He pulled a blanket and wrapped his body. Then he sat at the table, picked up a pot of wine on the table, raised his head, and poured it into his mouth. Behind him, Yu Meng put on her clothes. When she finished, she came over and saw that Yang Kai had already drunk several pots of wine. Yu Meng sat down, looked at him quietly, and whispered, "Don't drink anymore." As expected, Yang Kai still had no intention of responding. After several times, Yu Meng snatched the wine pot from Yang Kai's hand and gritted her teeth. "I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a cold face. There was a clear, murderous intention in his eyes. Yu Meng raised her smooth chin. "What? You want to kill me? If you are willing to do so, then do it." With that, she took the initiative to stretch out her neck, as if she would not resist and let him punish her. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, but in the end, he did not do it. He just held his head in pain and said bitterly, "I just want to get drunk. Why are you stopping me? I know you can't bear to." Yu Meng smiled. He did not know what she was happy about, but she felt a little complacent. "Go away. Don't stay by my side. I don't know when I will become the demon race." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Meng didn't leave and instead stuck closer to him, snuggling up to him, her towering breasts pressing against Yang Kai's elbow. "I won't leave, you're mine. Wherever you go, I'll go." Yang Kai pushed her away and said bitterly, "You have seen what happened in Roaring Tiger City. Really, don't stay by my side. Live well in the future. If you meet a good man, find someone to marry." Yu Meng poked her head over and said with a smile, "What kind of man do you want me to marry?" Kai Yang laughed at himself. "In any case, I'm not like this." Yu Meng tilted her head and said, "But I like you. What should I do?" Yang Kai looked at her. "You may be blind." Yu Meng was stunned for a moment. Then she covered her mouth and laughed for a while. Suddenly, she got up, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai responded weakly, like a walking corpse. "Don't you want a drink?" "I'll accompany you," Yu Meng said, and with her emperor chi, she rushed out with Yang Kai wrapped around her. The hall on the first floor was still noisy and lively. When their figures flashed, Yu Meng and Yang Kai had already appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Meng looked around and walked straight to the largest table in the center, came to the table and said, "Get lost." There were 7 or 8 guests at this table, 7 or 8 girls drinking and having fun. Suddenly hearing this, all of them were stunned. However, when they looked up, the eyes of the 7 or 8 guests suddenly widened, and their greedy eyes lingered on Yu Meng. And He City was just a small city, and even if the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls were very limited. How could they compare with a femme fatale like Yu Meng? Whether it was figure, face, or temperament in the entire star boundary, there were only a handful of girls who could compare with Yu Meng. In comparison, the guests only felt that the girls in their arms were like country bumpkins, and the woman in front of them was a goddess. If they could get close to her, even death would be worth it. A pot-bellied man looked at Yu Meng lecherously and laughed. "You have such a beautiful girl here? How come I didn't know?" Saying so, he got up and grabbed Yu Meng. Looking at his posture, he wanted to change to another girl to accompany him. However, his hand had only stretched halfway when his whole arm suddenly burst into a bloody mist. The man was still a little confused, but soon he felt pain and screamed. His scream came to an abrupt end, and his whole body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed greatly, and they all sobered up. They all got up and glared at Yu Meng, and the girls screamed again and again. They were so scared that their beautiful faces turned pale. "Lowly servant, you dare to kill people?" A man shouted angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously the work of this beautiful woman. While speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a long sword, preparing to stab her. Yu Meng stared at him coldly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. The man was immediately stunned. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his chest. With a poochie sound, Blood splattered everywhere. The man fell down softly, but before he died, a satisfied smile still hung on his face. Such an unimaginable scene really shocked everyone. The whole hall suddenly fell silent, and the remaining men all swallowed their saliva. Only now did they realize that the cultivation of this woman in front of them was ridiculously high, otherwise, she would not have been able to kill people without them noticing. Get lost. Yu Rumeng's red lips slightly opened, and she coldly spat out a word. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they all turned and fled. Not only the people at this table fled, but everyone in the hall also fled, and for a moment the scene was extremely chaotic. Yu Rumeng said again, "Bring all the wine in your restaurant." After speaking, she waved her hand to clear the table and sat down with Yang Kai. After a short while, the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was empty, and only Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were left sitting opposite each other. The big table was full of wine jars, and the pimps of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building were very obedient, and they obediently emptied the wine cellar. Yang Kai grabbed the wine jars and kept pouring wine into his mouth. His stomach was like a bottomless hole, and no matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it all. Yu Rumeng sat opposite him and quietly watched him. After drinking one jar, she handed him another without saying a word. 10 jars, 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long howl and threw the wine jar in his hand. The howl rolled like thunder, causing the whole on his city to tremble. After a long time, the howl gradually stopped. Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng with red eyes, and his mouth squirmed a few times, and he said with a face full of pain, "I can't get drunk." Chapter 34:34. Then drink some more. We'll stop when we're drunk. Yu Rumeng threw another jar of wine at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't catch it and let it fall to the floor and smash into pieces. Yu Rumeng pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." While speaking, she turned around and flew out. No one knew what she was going to do, but soon, there was a commotion in the city. It was obvious that it was caused by Yu Rumeng. Half an hour later, Yu Rumeng returned to the hall and smiled at Yang Kai. Then, she turned around and clapped her hands at the entrance of the hall. "Come in." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw a group of women slowly walking in from outside the door. They were thin and round and round and round, and they were like orioles and swallows. However, this group of women were different from those girls in the Spring Breeze Drizzle building who had put on makeup. At first glance, one could see that they were all women of good families. Every woman's face was full of fear and uneasiness. Some of them even had tears on their faces, but under Yu Rumeng's abuse, they had no choice but to walk in obediently. Of the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, while the oldest looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. Under Yu Rumeng's instructions, all of them stood in a line in front of Yang Kai timidly. Some of them occasionally looked up at Yang Kai but quickly lowered their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. He still looked sad, as if he wanted to die early. Yu Rumeng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in this city. Don't worry, all of them are pure and flawless. Take a look and see what you like." Kai Yang sat motionless like a wooden sculpture. Yu Rumeng walked to a teenage girl and led her in front of Yang Kai. "How about this one? She is a budding beauty at such a young age. Men should like her very much. If I were a man, I would be tempted. If we spend a night together, we should have a good night." The girl was frightened because she was caught by Yu Rumeng. At this moment, hearing Yu Rumeng's words, she was even more frightened and almost cried. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, Yu Rumeng waved her hand at the girl and quickly ran back. Then, Yu Rumeng called a 17 or 18-year-old girl over and tried her best to promote her in front of Yang Kai. After changing several people, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Yu Rumeng pulled another person, 24 or 25 years old. Her appearance was among the best, but she was still a virgin. Are. I said. Enough. Yu Meng sighed. You want to get drunk to vent the anger in your heart. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? In your current situation, wine and women are the same. Since you can't get drunk, you can find a way to get drunk with women. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He grabbed a wine jar on the table, got up and walked out. His steps were unsteady. Yu Meng turned and stared at his back. After a while, she quickly followed. In the hall, the dozens of women waited in fear for a long time. After confirming that the strange man and woman would not return, they hurriedly fled. After surviving a calamity, the young women could no longer hold back and began to wail. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to harm them. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their chastity. Why are you following me? In the wilderness, Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng with an indifferent face. Following me won't do you any good. Yu Meng smiled gently. I said, you are mine. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't think you can get rid of me. Do you know what kind of situation I am in now? Yu Meng said, in the Battle of Roaring Tiger City, you became the demon race and became the demon race. I'm afraid the news has spread all over the world. So now you should be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Since you know, why are you still so stubborn? Release the heart seal secret technique. Go. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to be implicated by me. Yang Kai waved his hand. I won't go. Yu Meng stepped forward and held Yang Kai's arm. Why bother? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Meng said, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, I will go with you. Yang Kai's cold eyes suddenly became soft, as if his mind had been greatly shocked. He looked at her affectionately and touched her cheek with one hand. You won't regret it? Yu Meng shook her head firmly. No turning back. Yang Kai licked his dry lips and hugged Yu Meng into his arms. He used so much strength that it seemed he wanted to rub Yu Meng into his body and never be separated again. He sighed. I have no regrets in this life. Yu Meng raised her head slightly. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Her beautiful eyes shone with a proud light. She knew it was easy to break a person's heart at this time. She was right. Although the heart seal secret technique made it impossible for her and Yang Kai to be separated, it was only a secret technique after all. How could it compare to Yang Kai's true feelings? She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and whispered in his ear. I said, even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her and put his hands on her shoulders. His eyes bloomed with a different kind of light as he said excitedly, Ru Meng, let's go live in seclusion. The change of topic was a little too big, making the corner of Yu Meng's eyes twitch. She said calmly, live in seclusion? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Live in seclusion in the mountains and never ask about the world. Just the two of us, the man plows and the woman weaves. We can have a few children and live a carefree life. What bullshit astral demon territory has nothing to do with me? Have a few children? Yu Meng was dumbfounded. She wailed in her heart. She didn't expect that although her tenderness and sweetness moved Yang Kai, he would have such thoughts. If he really did that, then what was the point of playing? Thinking about it, Yu Meng said, then what about your wives? Yang Kai looked gloomy and said in a low voice, I only know that at this time, you are by my side, not them. He didn't even care about his wives. It seemed that what happened in Roaring Tiger City was too big a blow to him, causing a huge change in his mentality. Maybe it was also because of the become the demon race which made his thoughts become paranoid. While she was deep in thought, Kai Yang had already vividly described the beautiful life they would have after living in seclusion. He had even described the appearance of their residence. Not only that, he had even thought of the names of their children. Aren't you thinking too much? Yu Meng wanted to spit in his face, but she also knew that if she refuted Yang Kai at this time, it would definitely make the situation worse, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. In the end, Yang Kai squeezed her shoulder and said excitedly, so, let's go to live in seclusion. Yu Rumeng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Okay, let's go to live in seclusion." After the discussion, Yang Kai didn't want to stop for a moment. As if the motivation to live had been reignited, he hugged Yu Rumeng and began to look for a suitable place. Within a few days, the two of them had settled down in the depths of the mountain range. A brand new wooden house had been erected on the flat ground at the top of the mountain. Outside the house, Kai Yang had opened up a few plots of farmland. She didn't know where Kai Yang had found some seeds to plant, but he was in high spirits as he waved his hoe around. Yu Rumeng stood at the door of the wooden house, wearing coarse clothes and a silk scarf on her head. She was dressed like a farmer's wife. This style didn't reduce Yu Rumeng's beauty, but added a different kind of temptation to her. But this appearance made Yu Rumeng not want to look in the mirror for several days, for fear that she would be disgusted by herself. During the work, Yang Kai looked up from time to time, and Yu Rumeng had to squeeze out a smile to respond. Occasionally, she would send some water over and help Yang Kai wipe the sweat on his face. She was a dignified and intelligent little woman, which made Yang Kai sigh in front of her several times. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? At night, the two slept in each other's arms, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Yang Kai expressed his desire several times, but Yu Rumeng knew that his current state was not normal, so how could she agree to give it to him under such circumstances? For more than 10 days, the days were ordinary, but Yang Kai was enjoying himself, as if he really liked this kind of life and was willing to continue like this for the rest of his life. Yu Rumeng cooperated wholeheartedly and didn't show the slightest abnormality, but in her heart, she was helpless. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting at the door, weaving a wicker basket with bamboo strips, while Yu Rumeng accompanied him, talking and laughing with him. Suddenly, Yang Kai's movements paused, and he looked up in a certain direction. Yu Rumeng asked, "What's wrong?" "Shoo." Yang Kai put a finger to his mouth, showing a vigilant look, and quietly spread out his divine sense. His appearance made Yu Rumeng's expression brighten. She was worried that there was no way to break this boring day, but unexpectedly, there was a variable. She secretly prayed in her heart that things were really as she thought. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, put down the half-finished wicker basket in his hand, clapped his hands and stood up. He lowered his eyes and said, "Since you are here, show yourself." Yu Rumeng was shocked. Someone had come and she didn't even notice it? In this situation, either Yang Kai's perception was wrong, or the person's cultivation was higher than hers. Otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yang Kai shouldn't have made a mistake, so the only explanation was that someone had really come. Chapter 34-35. There was a ripple in the void, and a figure slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up at him. His gaze became a little evasive, as if he was ashamed to face this person. But in the end, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Temple Master One." The person who appeared in front of him was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had a pained expression on his face as he sighed. "I've heard about what happened to you. Are you feeling better now?" Yang Kai replied, "Thank you for your concern, Temple Master One. I was lucky enough to recover." When Zishan said, "It is a taboo for a cultivator to become the demon race. The Iron Blood Master said that there is a demon in your heart. As long as this demon is not eliminated, it will become a big problem in the future even if it is temporarily fine. So, Temple Master One is here to take me back?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes, and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but anyone could feel the hostility growing in him. When Zishan said, "Don't be agitated. I don't want to be enemies with you. I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai said lightly, "Disciple is listening." When Zishan gently nodded and said, "Although you are not from Azure Sun Temple, you have formed a relationship with the temple since you were in the Tao Source Realm. Can be said that this king watched you grow up. If you had agreed back then, you would have become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Unfortunately, my temple did not have this blessing and missed a master." Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. "Temple Master One is too kind." When Zishan continued, "Fortunately, You became an honored elder of my temple in the end. Since you are an elder of my temple, then your matter is this one's matter, and the temple's matter. Yongkai, think about the high heaven palace, think about your family and friends, and think about those who care about you. Come back with me. Yongkai raised his eyes. In the end, Temple Master is here to take me back. When Zishan frowned, how can you confuse these two things? If I had come to capture you, I wouldn't have said these things to you. Come back with me. When Mao guarantees that I won't let anyone harm you. However, I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demonic thoughts in your heart. Yongkai shook his head slowly. Once the demonic will is born, how can it be eliminated? When Zishan said in a deep voice, the winner is strong, and the winner is strong. Yongkai, don't go astray again. I went astray? Yongkai laughed, his eyes turning cold. Temple Master, since you've heard about me, then do you know the whole story? When Zishan hesitated for a moment before sighing, the Iron Blood Master was in the wrong a few days ago, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him. Hearing this, Yongkai's expression suddenly became ferocious. According to the Hall Master's words, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple me, Shihua, I should hand it over with both hands and not resist? When Zishan advised earnestly, there is always a way to solve this problem. Yongkai sneered, Shihua is one of my most important companions. He has made great contributions to my path of growth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is my family. During the battle against the demon race, he killed countless enemies. Just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle method, he is not allowed to exist in this world. Does this world belong to me, the 100 million cultivator, or does it belong to the Iron Blood? Just because he slaughtered countless demon race members, the Iron Blood should not make things difficult for him. After a pause, Yongkai looked sharply at Wen Zishan. Temple Master probably can't understand what I'm saying, so this junior boldly asks, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple Senior Sister Gao's cultivation, how would the Temple Master choose? When Zishan frowned, you're confusing the concepts. Yongkai sneered. To me, Shihua is equivalent to the status of Senior Sister Gao in the Temple Master's heart. When Zishan was silent, speechless, Yongkai let out a long breath. Temple Master, I don't know how you found me, but I have decided to live here in seclusion with Qing and no longer care about the outside world. I ask Temple Master to take into account our past friendship and withdraw for now. From now on, Yongkai and Li Shiqing will no longer exist in the star boundary. When Zishan's expression changed as he looked at Yongkai in astonishment. You want to live here in seclusion? Yes. Yongkai nodded. When Zishan said, then the High Heaven Palace? What does it have to do with me? Yongkai interrupted him. When Zishan choked for a long time, unable to say a word, and finally smiled bitterly. You really do have a demonic intent in your heart. Is Temple Master determined to make things difficult for me? Yongkai's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous light. When Zishan sighed, you have a demonic intent in your heart. This Temple Master cannot sit idly by. Yongkai gritted his teeth and said, what does my own business have to do with you? Why do you keep forcing me? I have sacrificed a lot for the star boundary. Can't you let me go because of these sacrifices? When Zishan looked at him bitterly, it is precisely because you have contributed so much to the star boundary that I cannot give up on you. Yongkai laughed loudly. Well said. Since Temple Master is so stubborn, don't blame this junior for being impolite. Come out. All of you. What are you doing sneaking around? As soon as he finished speaking, Yongkai looked around coldly. Following this angry roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared around Yongkai. All of them were third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and in an instant, they surrounded Yongkai so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Yongkai looked at them one by one and sneered. Very good. They are all familiar faces, old acquaintances. The Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qing, placed his sword behind his back and stroked his beard with the other hand. Little brat Yang, do you know that you're in a very bad situation right now? If you don't turn back now, it'll be too late. You were only able to recover last time because you were lucky. If you misfire again and become the demon race, there's really no turning back." Yang Kai didn't respond. He just turned his head and looked at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, do you also want to teach me a lesson?" Li Jiao covered his face with his hands, his old face completely red. This Li was forced to do so. "I only came here to join in on the fun. Brother Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai nodded and turned to the other person. "Where is Temple Master Zhou?" This person was none other than the Eastern Territories Ahan Temple's Temple Master, Zhou Yuang. Zhou Yuang formed a seal with one hand, his figure drifting like a ghost. Obviously, it had something to do with the secret art he cultivated. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "What does Temple Master Yang want me to say?" Yang Kai said, "No one is forcing you to say it if you don't want to." On the other side, Xiao Yu Yang quickly said, "Yang Kai, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand." Lei Hong also shouted in a low voice, "You are still young. You will have a chance to set things right. Why are you so stubborn?" Yang Kai stood in place and lowered his eyes. After waiting for them to finish speaking, he said lightly, "Is everyone done? If you are, it's my turn." When Zishan nodded and said, "If you have anything to say, we are also willing to listen," Yang Kai's mouth curled into an evil smile. "Now that the situation in the star boundary is so bad, this junior is really honored to be able to send masters like you to deal with me. It's just that, I am not looking down on you, but if this junior wants to leave, can you stop him?" When Zishan clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, wake up!" Yang Kai sneered and said in a cold voice, "This junior has already put down his worldly affairs and wanted to live in seclusion in this mountain forest with Qing'er. But you have followed me here and forced me to leave. Since this is the case, this junior might as well come out and turn the world upside down. Let's see who can't take it in the end." Saying so, his figure flashed and he suddenly appeared beside Yu Rumeng. He grabbed her waist and shouted, "Let's go!" Space principles fluctuated and he was about to teleport away. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because the space nodes in the surrounding world had been sealed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and shouted in a certain direction, "Li Wuyi!" A figure in snow-white clothes appeared. It was indeed Li Wuyi. Only he could seal the surrounding space nodes without anyone noticing, cutting off Yang Kai's escape route. Yu Rumeng's expression changed slightly as she felt that today was a bad day. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so even if he was surrounded by so many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, nothing could happen to him. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. But now that Li Wuyi had personally come out, the situation was different. In terms of attainments in the space divine technique, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were at most on par, so without his greatest support, Yang Kai's combat strength would be greatly reduced. What should she do? Just as she was panicking, she suddenly felt a strong force coming from her waist and throwing her away. At the same time, Yang Kai shouted, "You go first. I'll come back for you." Yu Rumeng knew that Yang Kai was going all out and didn't want to implicate her, so she didn't hesitate and flew out of the encirclement. When she looked back, she saw Yang Kai's Emperor Qi violently surging as he raised his hand and slapped towards Xiao Yu Yang. Under the fluctuations of space principles, the place where Xiao Yu Yang was standing turned into a black hole, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Li Wuyi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Stop!" Everyone else also paled in horror and hurriedly rushed over to help. Xiao Yu Yang even tried his best to resist, but the black hole was Yang Kai's space divine ability, and he didn't seem to have expected that Yang Kai would try to kill him as soon as he appeared. So he was caught off guard. The black hole opened and closed, and the place where Xiao Yu Yang was standing was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a single exchange, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master was killed just like that. They all knew that Kai Yang's strength couldn't be judged based on his cultivation. His strength was much higher than his cultivation, but after really facing him, they all realized just how terrifying he was. Li Wuyi exuded a cold aura as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "You disappoint me." Yang Kai sneered, "I've long wanted to experience Senior's space divine technique, but I've never had the chance. Today, I hope Senior can enlighten me. As you wish, Li Wuyi growled. The two of them urged their space principles at the same time, and in an instant the world collapsed as void cracks appeared one after another. The expressions of the several three-stage Emperor Realm Masters changed as they hurriedly retreated. These void cracks were endless and constantly changing, so no one dared to touch them. Looking around, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were shuttling back and forth between the void cracks as if they were walking on flat ground, fiercely exchanging blows with each other. Everyone glanced at each other, aware that they were powerless to intervene, so they could only spread out and wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 34-36. The void collapsed and cracks appeared as Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttled through them. At a certain moment, the two of them rushed into one of the spatial rifts and disappeared. Following their disappearance, the countless spatial rifts automatically closed up under the influence of the star boundaries' heaven and earth laws. When Zishan and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had obviously entered the void, so they had no way to intervene. As for Yu Rumeng, who escaped first, they didn't care too much. In any case, with Li Wuyi taking action, Yang Kai definitely couldn't escape. Yu Rumeng's matter would be taken care of by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. On the top of the mountain it was quiet. The newly built wooden houses had collapsed into ruins, and the farmland that Yang Kai cultivated was a mess. Although the fight between Yang Kai and Li Wuyi was short, it had already destroyed the place beyond recognition. In the void, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi appeared together, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "Split up!" Saying so, the two went in two different directions, shuttling through the void's turbulent current. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yuyang, who he had blasted into the void before. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang's situation was not very good. Half of his body had been swallowed by the void's turbulent current. If he had been a little later, he might have really been lost in the void. At that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wuyi wouldn't be able to find him. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to pull him out of the void's turbulent current. Xiao Yuyang looked at him suspiciously. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Elder Xiao should go ask Senior Li. He will give you an explanation." Xiao Yuyang frowned. Although he had many questions, he couldn't do anything if Yang Kai didn't say anything, so he could only follow Yang Kai to see Li Wuyi. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Li Wuyi rushing over. When the two met and confirmed that Xiao Yuyang was out of danger, Li Wuyi gently nodded. Yang Kai complained, "Senior, you are too slow. I sent you the message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang's eyes widened as he asked, "You revealed your whereabouts yourself?" Previously, he had been wondering how Li Wuyi had found out about Yang Kai's current hiding place and had led them to the exact location. Only now did he realize that it was Yang Kai who had leaked the information. What the hell was he doing? Xiao Yuyang was completely dumbfounded. Li Wuyi replied, "I can't help it. I'm a bit tied up over there. It wasn't easy for me to beat up the demon race, so I took the time to come over. I hope I didn't hold you back." Yang Kai replied, "That's not the case. I'm just afraid that if this goes on for too long, I'll give myself away." Xiao Yuyang said, "Wait a moment, you two. Who can tell me what's going on?" Yang Kai and Li Wuyi looked at each other and laughed. Li Wuyi said, "Don't ask so many questions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. In short, this is the idea of the great emperors." Since it was related to the great emperors, Xiao Yuyang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were doing, he could tell that this seemed to be a show. But what he didn't understand was that since it was a show, there would naturally be people watching the show. Who was the one watching the show? Could it be Zhou Yuang and the others? Li Wuyi's expression turned serious as he asked, "After this, can we succeed?" Yang Kai replied, "Most likely." Li Wuyi sighed. "You have to endure this humiliation. By the way, the Iron Blood Master asked me to tell you that he has ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace have been sent back." Yang Kai nodded. Thank the Iron Blood Master for his kindness on my behalf. He was not an idiot. Naturally, he could see that although the Iron Blood seemed to be venting their anger on the High Heaven Palace, it was actually a form of protection. After all, after what happened to him, it was really inconvenient for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace to show their faces in public. Also, the dragon girl you brought has left. She probably went back to Dragon Island, Li Wuyi added. Fu Ling went back to Dragon Island? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. That's not good. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, there will definitely be more people coming from Dragon Island. If Zhu Qing comes, send her back to the High Heaven Palace for me and let Su Yan and the others explain it to her. If Great Elder and Second Elder come, let the Great Emperors explain it to them. Li Wuyi nodded. Rest assured, the master has his own arrangements. He won't let Dragon Island harbor any resentment. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. It's about time. I should go. Li Wuyi solemnly exhorted. Be careful. I know. Yang Kai grinned, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped his chest a few times. His emperor chi surged as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing half of his body a golden yellow. Xiao Yuyang watched in horror. This little brat can be so ruthless to himself. Yang Kai turned around and tore space, escaping from the void. As soon as he appeared, several powerful auras locked onto him. It was when Zishan and the others who had been guarding him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said with a ferocious expression, Everyone, this junior will remember your kindness today and will repay you generously in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the law of space. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. Where's Master Li? Zhou Yuang asked with an ugly expression. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi entered the void together, but now Yang Kai came out and Li Wuyi was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yuang naturally had a bad feeling about this. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure appeared. Zhou Yuang turned his head to look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Wuyi. However, Li Wuyi did not appear alone. Beside him was a pale-faced Xiao Yuyang. Lei Hong was overjoyed when he saw this. Old Xiao, are you okay? Xiao Yuyang said with lingering fear. Fortunately, Master Li found me in time otherwise. He shuddered before he could finish speaking. This was not an act. He had been alone in the void and was swallowed by the void's turbulence, leaving a psychological shadow. Ma Qing pointed in a direction and said, That little brat ran that way. Master, what should we do now? Li Wuyi said with a sullen face, Chase after him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Saying so, he took the lead in chasing after him. The others naturally did not dare to neglect and followed closely behind whether they were willing or not. Yang Kai ran for his life. After half a day, a stream of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yu Rumeng who had left first. With her heart seal secret technique, she could naturally find Yang Kai's location. As soon as she saw Yang Kai covered in blood and his aura weak, Yu Rumeng's beautiful face turned pale. You're injured. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Not dying is my greatest luck. Let's go, they're coming. Hearing what he said, Yu Rumeng did not dare to delay and hurriedly supported Yang Kai as they left. Oh! A month later, at the top of a mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a big tree, facing the morning sun with a blank look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? Yu Rumeng leaned over from the side, her fragrance wafting out. Yang Kai coughed a few times and said in a weak voice, Rumeng, this world is so big that there is no place for me to stay. For a month, he and Yu Rumeng had been on the run. Li Wuyi and a few other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters had chased after them like maggots. There were several times when Yang Kai was forced to confront them. Each time, he was beaten until he was covered in wounds, but each time, he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Judging from the current situation, these words were not an exaggeration. Although the world was big, with Li Wuyi chasing after them, there was no place for him to stay. Turning around, Yang Kai said, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to take you to live in seclusion, but now it seems that I have to go back on my word. Don't follow me, let's part ways here. Yu Meng asked, Are you driving me away again? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. This time is different from the last time. You saw it along the way. Li Wuyi is determined to kill me. I am not his opponent, and it was only by luck that I was able to hold on until now. Maybe next time, or maybe the time after that will be the end. Yu Meng's beautiful eyes flashed. I heard someone say that if there is no place for you, there will be a place for you. There is more than one star boundary in this world. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Demon territory? Yu Meng said, How about it? If you are willing to go to demon territory, I will follow you to demon territory. Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. It is impossible for me to go to demon territory. I have fallen into this situation precisely because I am related to demons, so how could I degrade myself and go to demon territory? Yu Meng said, It is precisely because you are related to demons that you can become the demon race's territory and be accepted by the demon race. Don't say any more. Yang Kai looked like he was too lazy to listen to her. Yu Meng, however, appeared in front of him in a flash and looked at him with burning eyes, her pupils exuding a strange light as she softly said, You have made great contributions to Star Boundary. Most of the space arrays were created by you, Roaring Tiger City was also defended by you, and you killed millions of members of the demon race, but they forced you to kill you, and now they are chasing after you. What is there to be nostalgic about in such a place? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, but his breathing was slightly heavy. Obviously, these words made him extremely angry. Yu Meng continued to persuade him, her voice like a sleepy whisper. Don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to wash away the injustice you have suffered? Let those who are making things difficult for you know how powerful you are, and let them regret forcing you like this. Don't say any more. Yang Kai roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yu Meng turned a deaf ear to him and continued. Go to demon territory and seek greater strength. One day you will be able to return here and let them know what they did was wrong. Let them kneel in front of you and beg for mercy. Go to demon territory. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu Meng as if he wanted to eat her alive. He was obviously tempted by Yu Meng's words. Yu Meng nodded slowly. Yes, go to demon territory. Will you come with me? Yang Kai asked again. Yu Meng smiled and bowed to Yang Kai. This mistress is willing. This matter is of great importance, let me think about it. Yu Meng pursed her lips and said, I can tolerate you, but I don't know how much time Li Wuyi will give you. Chapter 34-37. The Western Territories desert had already become a demon land, where demonic chi lingered and evil flourished. Tens of millions of demon race troops had gathered here and were constantly marching towards the depths of the Star Boundary, attacking cities and plundering lands, bringing death and slaughter wherever they went. Under the demon land, even the sky had become gray and dull, as if the world had lost its vitality. Two streams of light swept through the sky one after another, causing countless members of the demon race to raise their heads and grimace, letting out low growls from their throats. In the end, Yang Kai didn't hesitate for too long. After being chased and injured by Li Wuyi again, he immediately decided to set off for the demon territory in a fit of anger. There was no place for him in the Star Boundary. If he wanted to become the demon race's territory, he had to pass through the passage between the two worlds in the Western Territories desert, which was the only entrance connecting the two worlds. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed, his expression filled with worry. On the other hand, Yu Meng was smiling as usual, not showing the slightest fear or worry about the demon territory, and even looking forward to it. The speed of the two was extremely fast, but as they flew over so ostentatiously, they still attracted many devil experts to chase after them. At first, there were only a few devil experts behind them, but in the end, there were hundreds of devil kings behind them. All of them were emitting devil chi that soared into the sky, extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had a bored expression on his face. Fortunately, the entrance to the passage between the two worlds was not far ahead. Yang Kai tightly held Yu Rumeng's hand and whispered, "Don't separate from me later. I'll try to rush in directly, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai's hand and smiled at him. "Don't worry. Leave the rest to me." "Leave it to you?" Yang Kai frowned and turned to look at her. Yu Rumeng said, "Trust me." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then it's up to you." Yu Rumeng giggled and took the lead. She overtook Yang Kai and pulled him forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the passage. The entrance to the passageway between the two realms was of great importance. The demon race naturally had a large number of troops stationed here. Just the number of Demon King guarding the entrance was more than a dozen. There were also several half-saint realm experts stationed here to guard against the star boundary sending powerhouses to destroy the entrance. The Demon King and half-saint guarding this place sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng and raised their heads. Many of them immediately revealed sinister smiles. Yu Rumeng, on the other hand, led Yang Kai down and stood in front of the entrance of the passage, her pair of beautiful watery eyes looking around. Yang Kai stood beside her, his eyes sharp and his emperor's chi fluctuating. He looked like he could start a massacre at any time. The hundreds of devil kings that had been chasing them all the way finally arrived. They landed one after another and surrounded the two of them in an instant. Many of them looked at Yu Rumeng's graceful body greedily, revealing lustful expressions. On the other side, a gigantic demon king carrying a huge axe walked forward. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. When he stopped 100 feet away, he pointed the axe that was even taller than a human forward and grinned. "Human, do you want to die?" This demon king's aura was extremely powerful. Although his movements seemed a little clumsy, he was definitely an existence with extraordinary strength. Moreover, he should be one of the strongest demon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demon kings around him let out low chuckles. Since the passage between the two worlds opened and the demon race invaded, no human had come here. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng puzzled the group of demon race masters, wondering if these two were crazy. Yu Rumeng smiled and waved her hand, shooting a stream of light towards the demon king in front of her. The demon king reached out and grabbed it, frowning as he glanced at Yu Rumeng, then looked at the object in his hand. At first glance, the demon king's face changed and he looked up at Yu Rumeng, his mouth wide open as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yu Rumeng remained calm and smiled sweetly. The demon king's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even becoming a little frightened and flattering, nodding and bowing as he said, "Please wait a moment. Allow me to consult the half-saint master." Yu Rumeng gestured for him to do as he pleased. The demon king hurriedly turned around and walked in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really going to consult the half-saint of demon race masters. This strange scene left all the demon kings scratching their heads. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yang Kai was also confused, quietly approaching Yu Rumeng and asked, "Rumeng, what did you show him? Why did he suddenly become like a dog?" Yu Rumeng giggled. "He was originally a dog." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If such a powerful demon king was a dog, then what was he? Yu Rumeng said, "Okay, don't ask too much, you will know in a while." Yang Kai nodded, tilting his head and said, "I found that you are hiding a big secret." Yu Rumeng winked at him playfully. "A woman with a secret is beautiful. Do you want to know what that secret is?" Yang Kai replied, "If you are willing to tell me, I will listen." Yu Rumeng patted Yang Kai's hand and said, "You will know in a while." While the two were talking, the demon king who had left before came back. At this moment, he had a dignified expression on his face. He quickly walked in front of Yu Rumeng, bowed, and held something with both hands, respectfully handing it to Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the demon king was holding a palm-sized token. The token was made of an unknown material. It was dark red in color, as if it was made of blood. There was a distorted ghost-like pattern engraved on the token, as if a tortured soul was howling in pain. At a glance, it seemed to have the power to seize one's soul, and a burst of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls could be heard in one's mind, shaking one's soul. This should be what Yu Rumeng had thrown to the Demon King before. It was actually a token. Yu Rumeng raised her hand and took the token back, asking lightly, "Can we pass through here?" The Demon King nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Saying so, he turned sideways and gestured, "Please." Yu Rumeng didn't even glance sideways as she arrogantly walked past the Demon King. Yang Kai, with a blank look on his face, followed closely behind Yu Rumeng. Looking at Yu Rumeng, and then at the Demon King, he had no place to vent his doubts. Meeting the Demon King's gaze, the Demon King looked at him enviously and even gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Not long after, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng entered the passage between the two worlds and disappeared. Only at this moment did the huge Demon King let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped a calamity. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grimaced for a while. The several hundred Demon Kings who had chased them all the way here were somewhat confused and asked one after another what was going on. The passage between the two worlds was such an important place, so how could two humans be allowed to enter? The Demon King coldly snorted, "This is the order of the half-saint master? Do you have any objections?" This one sentence silenced the several hundred Demon Kings. Since it was the order of a half-saint, they naturally did not dare to have any objections. But today's matter was extremely strange and had become an unsolvable mystery. In the void, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng held hands and flew forward. In the distance, there seemed to be a light guiding the two of them, but that light seemed to be quite close, but in fact it was unknown how far it was. After all, they were traveling between the two worlds, so it was likely that they would not be able to complete it in a short period of time. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense swept over Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's body to tighten and instinctively give birth to a sense of crisis. The strength of this divine sense was definitely not something an ordinary Demon King could possess. Even a half-saint did not have the qualifications to possess it. A demon saint. No, it was more like a demon saint, but more like the divine sense of the great emperors. Yang Kai thought for a moment and immediately understood who this divine sense belonged to. The Night Shadow Great Emperors. He had long heard that he was guarding the passage between the two worlds, but he did not expect that he had not withdrawn. Martial Beast had said that the Night Shadow Great Emperors had the bloodline of the demon race, and the passage between the two worlds was opened because of him, causing the people in the astral plane to be plunged into misery and suffering. In addition, he had been assassinated by the Assassin Hall before, so Yang Kai did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. His gaze swept over the deep darkness, but he did not find any trace of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. The other party's divine sense had also been scattered and then withdrawn, leaving no trace behind. Yu Rumeng had obviously also sensed this divine sense, but she had no intention of paying attention to it, only continuing to fly forward. The light ahead was getting closer and closer, and after an unknown amount of time, a suction force came from ahead. It was the suction force of a great world, and Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were involuntarily sucked in. Their vision blurred, and they appeared in another world. Before Yang Kai could adapt, a series of powerful divine senses swept over from all directions. There was a demon king, a half-saint, and even a demon saint. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and his entire body tensed up like a leopard. But when he looked up again, his expression became even more solemn. As far as the eye could see, there were countless black heads. The demon race's army had gathered here, constantly sending combat strength to the astral plane through the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. Further away, there were even more demon race members rushing over. The divine senses that shrouded the two quickly dissipated, and the powerhouses of the demon race did not care about their arrival, as if they had already expected it. Only a few demon saints' divine senses lingered on Yang Kai with interest for a while before immediately withdrawing. "Let's go," Yu Rumeng called out, flying into the sky side by side with Yang Kai. It was only at this time that Yang Kai had the time to investigate the situation in the demon territory. This was a great world that was different from the astral plane. The laws of heaven and earth here seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a sun hanging in the sky, but the sun seemed to be blocked by something, giving off a hazy and turbid feeling. The land was barren, and there was little vegetation. Huge ravines ran through the ground, like the intricate patterns on a turtle's back. It was a terrible sight. Chapter 34-38. The demon territory was actually such a barren place? Looking at the current situation, this place was even worse than some of the worst places in the Western Territory. How could such a world nurture so many people of the demon race? However, the world energy here was quite good, but that was only relative to the demon race. If a creature from the star boundary came here, it would be impossible for them to use the world energy here to cultivate, because this place was full of evil demon chi. If they really absorbed the world energy here, it would not be long before they turned into a demon. Flying all the way up, Yang Kai looked down again after an hour and couldn't help but be stunned, whispering, "The demon territory is so small?" When he first passed by, he didn't notice it, but now that he was looking down from a high enough altitude, he discovered that it was just an irregular piece of land, and he could see the edge of it at a glance. If the vast expanse of the starry sky was compared to the sea, then the continent below was a lone island in the sea. This isolated island was estimated to be only a few 100,000 kilometers wide, surrounded by the endless void. Strictly speaking, a few 100,000 kilometers was not small, but the demon territory was a large world. Could this be considered a large world? Couldn't be compared to the star boundary at all. But if this was the case, how could there be so many people in the demon race? Even a powerful existence like the demon saint was born? Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Yu Rumeng said, "This is only a corner of the demon territory. The entire demon territory is like a broken mirror, and what you see now is just a fragment." A broken mirror? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, but this description was very vivid, allowing Yang Kai to outline a prototype of the demon territory in his mind. Yu Rumeng nodded and said, "Fragments like the ones you see in front of you have formed the entire demon area. Some are big, some are small, and there are countless of them. Each fragment is both a continent and a small world. They are independent of each other but are closely connected. Isn't it strange?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I've never heard of such a thing." This was really an eye-opener for him. Yu Rumeng giggled. "This is the demon territory. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't be able to understand its wonders." "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the laws of heaven and earth here were a little chaotic. The entire world was made up of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the laws of heaven and earth were not chaotic. Yu Rumeng said, "I'm afraid he's sick." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A world can get sick?" Yu Rumeng turned her head and looked at him. "A world will also come to an end. The territory of the demons is the end of the road." Yang Kai nodded in agreement and asked, "How do we connect these fragments?" The army of the demon race was definitely not something that this continent could have. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragments. Since they could come here, it meant that these fragments could communicate with each other. "Realm gates," Yu Rumeng explained and pointed up. "Look over there. That's the realm gate." Yang Kai looked in the direction she pointed and found that in the void, there was a dark oval passage, like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Every fragment has one or more realm gates that connect to the nearby continents. Through the realm gates, you can communicate with each other. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "So, there are also existences in the demon territory who are proficient in the laws of space?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "No. These realm gates were not opened by humans. They were naturally formed. Superlative craftsmanship." Yang Kai praised and suddenly thought of a question. "Won't these realm gates disappear?" "They will." Yu Rumeng's eyelashes fluttered. "If all the realm gates of a continent disappear, then the fragment where the continent is located will completely lose contact with the demon territory, and the demon territory will lose a small world. Has this happened before?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Ruming smiled and said, "It has happened many times." While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the realm gate. From a distance, this realm gate was not very big, but upon closer inspection, this realm gate was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Before they could get close, a powerful suction force came from the realm gate, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt himself being sucked in involuntarily. Yu Ruming shouted, "Protect yourself. Don't get hurt." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately pushed his Emperor Qi, and in the next instant, he and Yu Ruming were sucked into the world gate, leaving this fragment and entering another fragment. The surroundings were quiet and the sun was dazzling. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, showing a look of surprise. "Why aren't there any realm gates here?" Yu Ruming explained, "Most realm gates are not two-way. After you enter a realm gate, you will be randomly teleported to a place on that fragment, so you naturally can't see the realm gate here." Yang Kai gently nodded and was silent for a while before looking up at Yu Ruming and asking, "Ruming, who are you?" Yu Ruming pursed her lips and smiled. "Finally can't hold it in anymore?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You know so much about the demon territory, so you are obviously not from the star boundary. Even the great emperors don't know much about the demon territory, let alone others. If I'm not wrong, you belong to the demon race, right?" "Yes." Yu Ruming looked at him playfully. "You seem to know a lot about the demon race, so please guess again. Which race do I belong to?" Yang Kai laughed. "You are making it difficult for me. Although I know a little about the demon race, I am not a member of the demon race, so how can I guess?" After a pause, he said, "There are hundreds of races in the demon territory, each with their own divine technique. If I had to guess, I would guess that you belong to the succubus demon race." Yu Ruming covered her chest and laughed. "You really do know a lot about the demon race." Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. "Are you really a succubus demon?" In his heart, he thought, "I have already guessed it. Only a succubus demon can be so charming." Yu Ruming took a deep breath and tilted her head to look at him. "You have been suspecting me for a long time, haven't you?" If not, Yang Kai would not have asked her such sensitive questions before. Yang Kai said calmly, "Suspicion is just suspicion. After all, there is no proof. But I am curious. Even if you are a succubus demon, how can you disguise yourself as Li Shiqing and not let the great emperors see through you?" "Because," Yu Ruming smiled faintly, and her aura suddenly changed greatly at this moment. An extremely terrifying power fluctuated from her graceful body, and the surrounding demonic qi rolled and poured into her body. Her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation suddenly soared. Third-order Emperor Realm, peak third-order, fake Emperor, great emperors. "I am a demon saint." Yu Ruming's entire body was surrounded by devil qi. At this moment, her face had also become blurry, making it hard for people to see her clearly. However, this kind of haziness had a fatal temptation, making everyone want to get close to her, push aside the fog that was covering her face, and see her beautiful face. The surrounding void seemed like it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. He was completely shocked. Yu Ruming was a member of the demon race, this he had long guessed. After all, he had been with Yu Ruming for such a long time. It was impossible for her to not give herself away. It was precisely because he guessed that Yu Ruming was a member of the demon race that Yang Kai teamed up with the Iron Blood Great Emperor to put on a good show. He even asked Li Wuyi to track him down, creating a situation where he had no place in the star boundary. Then, Yu Ruming proposed to bring him into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race. Yu Ruming had other intentions towards him. She had told him this when they first met. After racking his brains, he finally got his wish and entered the demon race's territory. But Yang Kai never expected that Yu Ruming was actually a demon saint. This was a demon saint, an existence comparable to the great emperors. Everything made sense now. No wonder half Saint Baizhuo retreated without a fight in front of roaring Tiger City. Now that he thought about it, Baizhuo obviously saw Yu Ruming and recognized her identity. So he retreated, causing hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. No wonder the Demon King's attitude suddenly changed in front of the passage between two worlds when he received the dark red token and let them pass through without any obstruction. A Demon Saint's token was equivalent to a Demon Saint's personal arrival. So how could the Demon King dare to disobey? And when a Demon Saint brought Yang Kai into the territory of the Demon Race to become the Demon Race's territory, others naturally wouldn't stop them. Yu Meng was a fucking devil saint. Yang Kai almost thought that he was dreaming and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect this. Just when he was absent-minded, Yu Meng suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Human ant, how dare you not kneel when you see this saint?" The Demon Saint's pressure filled the air, causing Yang Kai's bones to creak. It was as if several mountains were pressing down on his body, and his knees couldn't help but bend down. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yu Meng with a burning gaze. A dragon's roar sounded, and his whole body was covered in golden light. He resisted the Demon Saint's aura with a supreme dragon's might, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Kneel my ass! If you dare to mess around again, I'll beat you up." Yu Meng smiled sweetly and quietly looked at him. After a while, that sensational pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The huge pressure suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai's face turned red and he almost spat out blood. He hurriedly cast a spell to regulate his breathing. Yu Meng moved her head closer and smiled. "Was it fun? Get lost." Yang Kai's face darkened and pushed her face to the side. Damn it, what's wrong with the Demon Saint? He had touched her, kissed her, and even spanked her buttocks more than once. Yu Meng really didn't have the slightest bit of dignity in front of him, but the aura of the Demon Saint was real, so if she really pushed her full strength, Yang Kai would not be able to bear it. "I was just joking with you." Yu Meng didn't give up and moved her head closer again. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This joke isn't funny at all." Chapter 34-39. Okay, don't be angry, it's bad for your body. Can't I apologize to you? Yang Kai squinted at her. "I don't see any sincerity in your apology." Yu Meng asked, "Then what kind of sincerity do you want?" Yang Kai hooked his finger at her, and Yu Meng put her ear close to him. Yang Kai whispered a few words into her ear. Yu Meng immediately glared at him, but nodded. "Okay. Once a word is said, even a team of 4 horses can't take it back. You said it yourself." Kai Yang suddenly beamed with joy. "I said it." Yu Meng nodded happily. "As long as you can win, you can do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. "Win? You're a Demon Saint. How can I win against you?" He immediately shouted angrily, "You tricked me." Yu Meng giggled, and with a flash of her delicate body, she turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. She even turned back to provoke him. "Come chase me if you can catch me. I can give you some benefits. If you don't beat me up for 3 days, you'll be the one to tear the tiles off the roof." Yang Kai grinned, and with the fluctuation of the space principle, his figure flashed and disappeared, chasing after her. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, swept through the void at an extremely fast speed. Although Yang Kai tried his best to stimulate the space principle, Yu Meng's strength was unfathomable after her cultivation was fully recovered, and Yang Kai was unable to catch up. He kept following behind her, which made him very depressed. After a full 2 hours, Yu Meng suddenly stopped in the void, slightly raised her head, and opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world, breathing in large mouthfuls of air. Yang Kai shook his head and rushed over from behind. Finally back, Yu Meng let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked down at the fragment below and said, "You said you would take me to a place? Is it the demon territory?" Yu Meng nodded. "Yes." A dignified demon saint did not hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to deal with me. "It seems that my space principle is very attractive to the demon territory." Yang Kai smiled. "Yu Meng, the space principle is a very strange power, although there are many people in the territory, in the star boundary, you and Li Wui." Li? B T T E U. You think I don't want to? Yu Meng said helplessly. It's just that I used a secret technique to change my appearance, so I can only exert the strength of a second-order emperor in the star boundary. So how can I be your opponent? If you don't want to, how can I capture you and bring you to the demon territory? So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and secretly rejoiced in his heart. His plan and Yu Meng's somewhat coincided, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to enter the territory of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then what do you want me to do? Help you arrange a space array and mobilize the demon race's army? Can you do this?" Yu Meng looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I can't. My space array can only work in one world. The situation in the demon territory is special. Even if I arrange a space array in the fragment worlds, they can't be connected to each other. So, if you brought me here for this matter, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless my attainments in space principles are deeper and I can break through the barriers of the small world's world force." Yu Meng smiled. "I already expected this. So rest assured, we don't need you to arrange a space array. With the existence of the World Gate, it's quite convenient to mobilize the army in the demon territory. At worst, it'll just take a little more time." "Then what do you want me to do?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'll tell you when the time comes." Seeing Yang Kai's unhappy expression, Yu Meng quickly changed the topic. "Do you want to see my true face?" She had disguised herself as Li Shiqing, so naturally, she would appear as Li Shiqing. Although she had recovered after returning to the demon territory, her face was always shrouded by a strange power. It was hazy, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Unless they were stronger than her, they could use their divine sense to break through the seal of that power. However, she had told Yang Kai before that her true face was not inferior to Li Shiqing's. Then again, she was a succubus demon and a demon saint level powerhouse, so her appearance was naturally not bad. "No." To Yu Meng's surprise, Yang Kai actually raised his hand and refused. Yu Meng was stunned for a moment. "Why, are you afraid that I'm too ugly?" Yang Kai said casually, "Even if you're as ugly as a pig, you're still a treasure in my heart. So your appearance doesn't mean anything to me. Your mouth is smeared with honey. No wonder you can deceive so many women." Yu Meng snorted and reached out to pinch Yang Kai's chin. Just like how Yang Kai dealt with her in the star boundary, she turned his face around. "If you don't want to look, then I'll make you look." While speaking, the haze on her face slowly faded away, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She was as pure and beautiful as a snow fairy, with an incomparably elegant appearance. She was as youthful as a mountain spring, without the slightest impurity, with a hint of holiness and purity. Yang Kai was originally a little annoyed by her means, but at this moment, he was somewhat stunned. Was this still a succubus demon? On the battlefield, he had seen many succubus demons and even killed some, but which one of those succubus demons wasn't charming and seductive? Their eyes were full of lust, as if they could be in heat at any time, and their clothes were as revealing as possible, as if they couldn't wait to go to the battlefield naked to charm people. But Yu Meng completely overturned the impression of the succubus demon in Yang Kai's heart. What was with this pure feeling that he couldn't bear to destroy? Thinking of all the things he had done to Yu Meng before, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. His heart trembled, and he quickly guarded his mind. Oh my God! This woman's bewitching technique had probably been cultivated to the extreme. Without doing anything, just her face was enough to shake his mind, making him feel that she was the most beautiful existence in the world. Any blasphemy to her was unforgivable. The corners of Yu Meng's eyes curved like crescent moons. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction and asked softly, "Do I look good?" Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He reached out and hugged Yu Meng's soft waist, and without any explanation, put his mouth on hers. A slender jade finger suddenly blocked Yang Kai's mouth. Yu Meng looked at him playfully. "It's not so easy to take advantage of me in the demon territory. In the past, she was bullied badly by Yang Kai in the star boundary. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was forced to perish together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. She was even put on his lap and spanked without any resistance. Now that they were in her territory, how could she not torment Yang Kai? Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked her finger in his mouth. He tried his best to tease her and said vaguely, "Ru Meng, I think it's time for us to consummate our marriage. You know my feelings, and I have already come to the demon territory with you. There is no turning back. Can you bear to see me suffer like this?" Ru Meng smiled sweetly. I said, "As long as you can beat me, you can do whatever you want. How long will that take?" Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "What's the point of seeing it but not eating it? Then I don't care. Let go." Ru Meng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai curled her finger with his tongue and shook his head. "I won't let go." Ru Meng was both angry and amused. "Are you going to let go or not? If you don't, I won't be polite to you." "How are you going to be rude?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously. Ru Meng looked helpless. She stretched out her other hand, curled her middle finger, and flicked Yang Kai's forehead as fast as lightning. With a bang, Yang Kai was directly bounced thousands of feet away before he could barely stabilize his body. He felt dizzy and almost fainted. After recovering with great difficulty, Yang Kai roared at Ru Meng, "Are you trying to kill me?" Ru Meng said with a smile, "I'll teach you a lesson. If you continue to pester me, I'll deal with you like this again." Yang Kai's eyes widened and his face was full of resentment. It was really 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day. If he had known earlier, he would have raped her directly in the star boundary. Now there wouldn't be so much trouble. But now he couldn't beat her. He had to endure it. His heart was sullen, and the expression on his face was ugly. Ru Meng stretched out her hand and a great force came over. Yang Kai involuntarily flew to her side, unable to control his body at all. Ru Meng stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar, pulled him over, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Yang Kai on the forehead. Yang Kai wiped his forehead and snorted with disgust. "What do you mean by giving me a date for every blow? Are you trying to coax a child? If you say so, then so be it. All right, stop fooling around. I'll take you to a place first." Saying so, she urged her demonic chi to wrap Yang Kai and rushed towards a nearby world gate. Yang Kai remained silent, as if he was sulking. Ru Meng didn't care about him. As her cultivation recovered, this woman seemed to have become more confident. She no longer tried to kill Yang Kai like she did in the star boundary, which made Yang Kai feel a little lost. The two flew all the way, passing through one world gate after another, passing through one world gate after another. Just as Ru Meng had said before, these world fragments were very different. Some were so big that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were also small world fragments like the one where the passage between the two worlds was located. As long as one flew a little higher, one could clearly see the shape of the entire continent. Moreover, the environment of these world fragments was also different. Some world fragments were rich in world energy and full of vitality, while some world fragments were dead silent and lacking in world energy. Along the way, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. However, without exception, these world fragments were full of rich demonic chi. Creatures that were not in demon territory could not survive at all. Chapter 3440. After half a day passed like this, Yang Kai could no longer hold it in. He came to the demon territory this time for another purpose. Ru Meng only thought that he was desperate in the astral boundary, so she turned to the demon race in anger. She did not know his true purpose, nor did she know that he had already transferred the heart seal secret technique to the soul-warming lotus. Ru Meng did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to plant the secret technique, but it did not bind Yang Kai much. Instead, it bound herself tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he naturally had to inquire about some information. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to get angry with Ru Meng and started chatting with her casually. The atmosphere gradually became lively, and Yang Kai felt that the time was about right, so he asked casually, "By the way, Ru Meng, how many demon saint are there in the demon territory?" This was definitely information that even the great emperors could not figure out. If he could find out, it would be of great help to the future situation. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. There are a total of 12 demon saint in the demon territory. Ru Meng did not suspect anything. What's more, this was not a secret. Since Yang Kai came to the demon territory, he could find someone to inquire about this. Every demon saint has a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they are in charge of a different number of fragments. 12. Yang Kai whistled. Compared to the astral boundary, there are 2 more. Ru Meng smiled slightly. Now there are 13, but there are only 9 in the astral boundary. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. The Night Shadow Great Emperors had defected to the enemy. Compared to the demon territory, the number of great emperors on the astral boundary side was now 4 less than the number of great emperors in the demon territory. This number did not include the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire who were currently in prison. If the Bright Moon Empire, whose fate was unknown, were included, the number of high-end combatants on the astral boundary side would be even lower. The term Bottle of Heaven and Earth should also be used in the demon territory. The reason why there were more demon saint in the demon territory than the great emperors in the astral world was probably because the bottle in the demon territory had a larger capacity than the bottle in the astral world. Therefore, there were 12 demon saint existences. The situation in the astral boundary was not optimistic. Yang Kai was faintly worried in his heart. These 12 demon saint alone were not easy to deal with. If they really rushed into the astral boundary, who knew how much damage they would cause? Perhaps the entire astral boundary would be destroyed. Is the demon saint the most powerful existence in the demon territory? Yang Kai asked again. I seem to have heard that there is a great demon god in the demon territory? With a swoosh, Ru Meng's figure suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not react and rushed far away before turning around and flying back. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ru Meng looked at Yang Kai with a dignified face and said, "Where did you hear this news?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I forgot. I don't know who casually mentioned it to me or what ancient book I read." Ru Meng's expression made him feel that something was wrong. She was actually a little nervous and uneasy. After pondering for a moment, Ru Meng said, "Don't mention those words in the future." She did not say which words she was referring to, but Yang Kai was not stupid. How could he not know what she was referring to? "Why?" Yang Kai frowned. "Be obedient," Ru Meng sternly said. Absolutely do not mention it again. Otherwise, if something happens to you, even I can't protect you." So serious? Yang Kai was shocked. Ru Meng was already a demon saint, but even she could not protect him. So, it seemed that the great demon god really existed. Moreover, he was an existence above the demon saint. Originally, when he had been training in the dream world Thousand Illusions for dozens of years, in the final battle, the evergreen divine tree sacrificed itself and used its essence to seal the passage between the 2 worlds. From the other side of the passage, a giant hand covered the sky. Even though it was separated by the power of the world, the power that the giant hand displayed was unimaginable, almost causing Yang Kai to fail. That was a power that surpassed the demon saint. In the demon territory, people called it the great demon god. The things in the dream world Thousand Illusions were based on what had happened in the real world. In other words, in the long river of history, the great demon god had indeed appeared. But now, Ru Meng actually warned Yang Kai not to mention it with a serious face, which made Yang Kai a little confused. He did not know what the 3 words great demon god meant in the demon territory, but he could faintly feel the weight of these 3 words in this big world. "I know." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will definitely not mention it in the future." Ru Meng was obviously relieved. "That's good," Yang Kai said again. "What about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent? I heard that he seems to have fallen somewhere in the demon territory. How is the situation now?" "Why are you asking this?" Ru Meng frowned slightly. Yang Kai sneered. The people of the star boundary have gone too far. Now I am powerless to take revenge. If I can kill one of their great emperors, it can be considered as collecting some interest. Yu Rumeng laughed and said, "Revenge is not urgent. You still have a lot of room for growth. It won't be too late to make plans after you have really grown up one day. Besides, the great emperors of the bright moon continent are not people you can kill just because you want to." Yang Kai winked at her and said, "I am not their opponent, but don't I still have you?" Yu Rumeng shook her head. "A great emperor's is like a cornered beast. I don't want to get involved in this trouble. What's more, I am not responsible for this matter. I have been staying in the star boundary all this time, so I don't know where the great emperors of the bright moon continent are trapped." Yang Kai also thought so. Yu Rumeng had been staying in the star boundary all this time, so how could she know what happened in the demon territory? It was a bit presumptuous of her to inquire about the great emperors of the bright moon continent from him, so he immediately closed his mouth to avoid making a mistake. It seemed that, after settling down, he would have to make some inquiries. At the very least, he had to figure out the current location of the great emperors of the bright moon continent and whether they were dead or alive. Yu Rumeng led Yang Kai through one realm gate after another with ease. Half a day later, after passing through a star gate, the two suddenly came to a colorful world. Yu Rumeng turned her head and smiled at Yang Kai. "We're home. This is your continent?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, only to see that the entire continent was filled with brilliant and dazzling colors. Upon closer inspection, these bright and beautiful colors were actually emitted by large tracts of flowers. Almost half of the entire continent was wrapped in these colorful flowers, and under the dazzling sunlight, the entire world seemed like a beautiful picture scroll. The continent was undoubtedly not small. Yang Kai couldn't see the end of it at all. For a time, Yang Kai was amazed. Before this, he never thought that there would be such a strange world. One of them. Yu Rumeng smiled slightly. Yang Kai understood. Yu Rumeng had said before that there were 12 demon saints in the demon territory. Each demon saint had a different number of half-saint subordinates, and they were in charge of a different number of fragments. The one in front of him was obviously one of the fragments she was in charge of. Seemingly because she had returned home, Yu Rumeng's mood became more and more cheerful. She led Yang Kai forward for a while, and a huge palace suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The palace was built in the middle of hundreds of millions of flowers. Even the air seemed to be filled with the fragrance of those flowers, which was extremely charming. Before the two of them could get close, a stream of light shot out from the front of the palace. The stream of light was dark red and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. With a flash of light, a handsome young man with an extraordinary appearance appeared. The young man wore a blood-red cloak that draped over his back, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. He was clad in shining armor and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Master, blood demon." Yang Kai saw this person and guessed his race. This was because this person had a faint smell of blood. Moreover, this guy was a half-saint blood demon. It seemed that this guy was one of Yu Rumeng's capable subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working in Yu Rumeng's palace. Yu Rumeng nodded non-committally and said, "Nothing happened recently, right?" The blood demon half-saint replied, "Nothing happened. I was just ordered to transfer a lot of people from Master's territory." As he spoke, he looked at Yu Rumeng with a scorching gaze. His eyes flashed with undisguised possessiveness. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking that this blood demon half-saint was quite bold. He actually showed such an expression in front of Yu Rumeng. Wasn't he afraid that Yu Rumeng would be angry? Glancing at Yu Rumeng, Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy because Yu Rumeng was calm and collected, as if she was used to this. This cheap slave. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Although he had used the power of the soul-warming lotus to transfer the heart seal secret technique to Yu Rumeng, which had greatly reduced the influence on him, over the past few days, he and Yu Rumeng had done everything they could except for the last line of defense. Naturally, he treated her as his own woman. Now that his woman was being stared at by another man, but she still acted as if nothing had happened, Yang Kai was naturally in a bad mood. On the other side, Yu Rumeng nodded and said, I understand. In the war between the two worlds, not only did the star boundary need to transfer people from its territory, but the demon territory also needed to do the same. Every fragment was mobilized, and the fragments under Yu Rumeng's control were naturally no exception. While speaking, the blood demon half-saint suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, Master, what's the situation with this human? Humans and demons could not coexist, and Yu Rumeng had suddenly returned with a human. It did not look like a captive because this human was actually standing next to Yu Rumeng, which made him a little annoyed. Even when he was standing next to Yu Rumeng, he was still a few steps behind her. How could this human be so bold? Thinking of this, killing intent rose and the pressure of the half-saint filled the air. Yang Kai grinned at the half-saint and took a step to the side, getting closer to Yu Rumeng. He even reached out and hugged Yu Rumeng's waist and said lightly, I am Rumeng's husband. Husband? The blood demon half-saint's eyes widened as he looked at Yu Rumeng. When he saw Yu Rumeng's indifferent expression, his heart suddenly jumped. This can't be real, right? Otherwise, why would the master not have the slightest intention to resist being hugged by someone? As a dignified demon saint, if he really wanted to resist, he could easily crush this human into powder. Chapter 34-41. While his mind was racing, the half-saint of demon race suddenly shouted, You dare to be rude to master! You're courting death! Raising his hand, he sent out a burst of blood demon chi towards Yang Kai. This blood demon chi looked insignificant, but in fact, it was extremely fast and contained infinite power. After all, it was the attack of a half-saint in anger, so how could it be underestimated? Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't dodge. Just as the blood evil chi was about to reach him, a jade hand suddenly stretched out of thin air and accurately grabbed the blood evil chi, crushing it with a light squeeze. Yu Rumeng shouted in a low voice, Yu Sang, don't be rude. The half-saint of demon race called Yu Sang suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, Master? If he had only been suspicious before, then Yu Rumeng's attitude was enough to confirm what the human in front of him had just said. Did Master really have an extraordinary relationship with this lowly human? How was this possible? What did this human do to gain the favor of a devil saint? Yu Sang was furious and wanted to tear Yang Kai into pieces, but with Yu Rumeng's protection, he didn't have the chance. Yu Rumeng was too lazy to talk to him, and she didn't even have the intention to explain. She just raised her chin slightly and shouted in a dignified voice, Stand down! Yu Sang's face was slightly ferocious as he stared fiercely at Yang Kai for a while, then lowered his head, cupped his hands, and left. Staring at his back, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn, I met a love rival as soon as I arrived. This isn't a good sign. If it was an ordinary demon king, then it would be fine, but a half-saint is still a bit difficult for me to deal with. It seems that I have to be careful of this guy in the future. Yu Rumeng turned to Yang Kai and said, The demon territory is different from the star boundary. The people of the demon race are straightforward and straightforward. They don't beat around the bush like you humans. Don't meet him alone when I'm not with you. He dares to kill me? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Didn't you see it just now? Yang Kai was even more confused. Why? Isn't he afraid you'll punish him? Isn't he your subordinate? Yu Rumeng smiled faintly. The devil territory advocates strength. If you are strong, everything you do is right. If you are weak, everything you do is wrong. If he killed you, I am not in a position to punish him. At most, I can only secretly avenge you. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, What if I kill him? As long as you have the ability, you can kill whoever you want. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his eyes shining as he said, Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The demon territory is indeed a good place. A ferocious environment bred a ferocious race. Yang Kai somewhat understood how the demon race developed their fearlessness towards death. Let's go. I'll settle you down first. After saying that, She led Yang Kai to the palace. The palace was very large, and the interior decoration was also luxurious and grand. Along the way, there were guards and maids constantly bowing and saluting, but they also cast curious glances at Yang Kai. In the devil territory, a human suddenly appeared in the palace of a demon saint. Naturally, the demon race was very surprised, but at least there was no unpleasant scene like before. Yang Kai followed beside Yu Rumeng, deliberately walking side by side with her with an arrogant look. After walking around, they came to a garden. Yu Rumeng turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "What do you think of this place?" Yang Kai walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked around and found that the environment was good and the area was quite large. Naturally, he had no objections. He turned to Yu Rumeng and asked, "Do you live here too?" Yu Rumeng smiled slightly. "Do you want me to live here?" Yang Kai stepped forward and held her hand. He said shyly, "If you are not by my side, what should I do if that Yu Sang comes to trouble me again? I am not his opponent." Yu Rumeng glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts to do anything in the palace. It's better to be safe than sorry." Yang Kai winked at her. Yu Rumeng poked his head in annoyance and pulled her hand back. She turned and said, "You can stay here and wait for me to settle down. I will come to see you again." "Don't go." Yang Kai shouted at her graceful back. "Why are you leaving when you haven't finished talking?" After shouting a few words, Yu Rumeng disappeared. Yang Kai touched his chin and smacked his lips. He muttered in his heart that it was better that she left. If he stayed with Yu Rumeng, it would be really inconvenient to do things. He turned around and walked into a large hall with a refreshed expression. He grabbed a maid and asked her about the situation. Then he found a side room and went in. Since he had become the demon race's territory, he had discovered that the world principles in the demon territory were slightly different from those in the star boundary. However, since they were both large worlds, there was no suppression of strength. However, if he wanted to exert his full strength, he needed to first familiarize himself with the world principles in the demon territory. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight with someone, he was afraid that his hands and feet would be tied. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in his room and did not come out. He worked hard to make his cultivation compatible with the world principles in the demon territory. These few days were peaceful. Yu Rumeng was nowhere to be seen. He did not know what she was doing. Yu Sang also did not come to trouble him. Perhaps, as Yu Rumeng said, he did not have the guts to do anything in the palace. A few days later, Yang Kai walked out of his room. After several days of hard work, he had eliminated the world principles in the demon territory. Now it was time to act. He did not come to the demon territory for sightseeing. He was not free and unfettered. Several great emperors had asked him to come and rescue the great emperors of the bright moon. That old man Heaven's revelations also said that he had a calamity to face in the demon territory. If he could survive it, he would soar to the sky. If other people said this, it would be nonsense. However, Heaven's revelations said it was different. Yang Kai did not know what kind of calamity he would face, but at present, he could only take one step at a time. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai decided to start with the geographical distribution of the demon territory. The demon territory was like a broken mirror, composed of countless fragments of continents. He felt that he had to at least figure out what those fragments were and which continents were connected to each other. Otherwise, even if he found the place where the great emperors of the bright moon were trapped, he would not be able to go there. After making up his mind, Yang Kai came to the main hall and sat on a huge chair that could accommodate a person's reclining position. The chair seemed to be made of bones, and there were a few ferocious skulls on the back as decorations. It looked wild and ferocious. He sat there in an imposing manner and extended his hand to pat the armrest beside him. It was pretty cool, and he wondered whether he should get something like that when he returned to Towering Palace in the future. That way, he could unknowingly increase his awe-inspiring presence. Coughing lightly, Yang Kai opened his mouth and shouted, "Servants!" There was a rustling sound outside the door, and 4 or 5 maidservants came in. All of them lowered their heads and waited until they were a few feet away before kneeling on the ground. Stand up and talk. Yang Kai raised his hand in a somewhat tired manner. He didn't like this in the High Heaven Palace, let alone in the demon territory. The maidservants hesitated for a while, and then stood up tremblingly, but they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to raise their heads. Yang Kai laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? I don't eat people. Raise your heads." The maidservants below him stuttered for a while and dilly-dallied to death. Yang Kai patted the armrest and said, "Are you all deaf?" Seeing that he was about to get angry, the maidservants carefully raised their heads. Glancing around, Yang Kai trembled and almost slid down from the chair. He stared blankly in front of him, and his stomach churned. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was disgusted. Not to mention that none of the maidservants were good-looking. Their faces were all grotesquely shaped. Some of them had their mouths split open to the roots of their ears, revealing a mouthful of saw-like fangs. Some had bulging eyes as if they would fall out at any time, and some had small holes on their faces like a beehive. The only one who was slightly normal had a face full of scars, like a hideous earthworm. What a strange group of maidservants. Yang Kai knew that there were hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race had its own characteristics, but he never thought that there would be such ugly maidservants of the demon race in this world. Seeming to have noticed that Yang Kai's expression wasn't right, the maidservants quickly lowered their heads. Yang Kai dryly coughed, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Which one of you is in charge?" The maidservant with the hideous scars on her face stepped forward and said in a low voice, replying to Master, "This servant is in charge." Fortunately, this one was still normal. If it were any other woman, Yang Kai wouldn't even be in the mood to talk. He wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance, but the main reason was that these witches were too strange, and no one had the courage to talk to them. After pondering for a moment, he said, "When I came over a few days ago, I didn't seem to see you. A few days ago, when Ru Meng brought them over, he also saw several maidservants. All of them were as beautiful as flowers and had enchanting figures. How come they had changed so much today?" The maidservant said, "This servant isn't sure. This servant was only transferred here a few days ago." Yang Kai frowned. "They were also transferred here a few days ago?" "Yes." "Damn. It was all Ru Meng's doing." Yang Kai finally understood that these maidservants were probably specially transferred by that lowly maidservant to serve Yang Kai. Those maidservants with good figures and pretty faces must have been transferred away. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Yang Kai was burning with anger. Ru Meng was obviously preventing him from stealing, so she deliberately transferred a few strange-looking women over. Such women no one would have any appetite. But then again, he had always been impatient and lecherous in front of Ru Meng, and Ru Meng had never let him have his way, so it was inevitable that she would be so defensive. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts, so he was only angry for a while, and then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "What's your name?" The maidservant said, "This servant is called Xiao Wu. What's the matter with the scar on your face?" Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Wu whispered, "I made a mistake, so I was punished." She was actually punished? Yang Kai thought that it was caused by a fight with someone. It could be seen that Xiao Wu's appearance should be very good when she was intact, but with so many scars on her face, she was completely disfigured. This was undoubtedly a very cruel punishment for a woman. Chapter 34-42. Yang Kai did not ask her what she had done wrong since it had nothing to do with him anyway. After a few casual words, he changed the topic. "It's like this king is new here and is not familiar with the situation in the demon domain. I would like to ask if there is a map I can take a look at?" "Map?" Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, if you want a map, you can ask the Holy Sage. I think the Holy Sage should have one." The Holy Sage that she was talking about was probably Ru Meng. Although the holy spirits in the savage wilderness ancient land also called themselves the Holy Sage, they were not comparable to the demon saint in terms of ability and cultivation. The so-called Holy Sages were not on the same level. Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. "It is such a small matter. There is no need to trouble the Holy Sage." He did not want Yu Rumeng to know what he was doing, so that she would not be suspicious. Although the possibility was very small, it was better to guard against it. Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, "Master, you can go to the sacred city and look for it. I think it is sold there." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It is sold outside." Xiao Wu said, "You can find everything in the sacred city." Yang Kai grinned. "Very good. Then I'll have to trouble you to take me out for a walk." "Master, you want to go out?" Xiao Wu looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai said, "Why? I can't go out? Did the holy sage tell you not to go out?" "No." Xiao Wu hesitated and said, "But master, if you want to go out, please allow me to ask the holy sage." "Ask for what?" Yang Kai got down from the chair and strode out. "Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Follow me." On the other side, Xiao Wu could not help but feel a little anxious when she saw Yang Kai acting so decisively, but it was too late to stop him. She could only order the other maidservants to inform the holy master of Yang Kai's movements while she hurriedly followed Yang Kai's pace. The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the palace. Although Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place, he still remembered the route when he had come here with Yu Rumeng last time. So he quickly left the palace. As expected, the maids and guards he met on the way looked at him in surprise. When he was far away, they whispered to each other. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. Outside the palace, there was a large road that could accommodate more than a dozen carriages side by side that led directly to a bustling city more than a dozen kilometers away. Looking at the city from afar, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the large cities in the star boundary. In fact, it even surpassed them. The city had 8 gates, 2 each in the north, south, east, and west. The city gates were majestic, and the city walls towered high. With Yang Kai in the front and the maidservant Xiao Wu behind him, it didn't take long for them to reach the city gate. Yang Kai was a little worried that he, a human, would encounter any trouble when he entered the city. After all, this was the demon race's territory. The demon race wasn't so hospitable. Although he was brought here by Yu Rumeng, not every demon race knew this. But when he arrived at the city gate, he realized that he was thinking too much. Although he was a human, he didn't have any characteristics of the demon race. But as long as he didn't use his power, most of the demon race wouldn't find any clues. They had never seen a human before. Who knew what a human looked like? The demon race that had seen a human was now in the star boundary. The reason why the demon race in the palace were surprised by him wasn't because he was a human, but because he was a man brought back by the Holy Senior. At the city gate, there were several fierce and powerful demon race guarding the city gate. All the passing demon race had to hand over something called a magic crystal in order to pass through the city gate. The magic crystal's function in the demon territory was the same as the source crystal's function in the star boundary. They were both hard currencies. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have a magic crystal, but he didn't need to pay. When a few demon race approached, Xiao Wu took out a token and waved it in front of them. The demon race respectfully retreated. After all, he was a person who walked out of the Holy Senior's palace, so he didn't need to pay. Entering peacefully like this, the bustling atmosphere suddenly filled Yang Kai's face, causing him to click his tongue in wonder. The demon race was bloodthirsty and warlike. He thought that the life in the demon race was very primitive, but now he knew that what was in the star boundary, it was also in the demon territory. For example, in the Holy City, there were straight and wide roads running from the north to the south. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets, and there was an endless stream of people on the streets, shouting, bargaining, and so on. If it weren't for the obvious and strange demon race on the streets, Yang Kai would have thought that he was back in the star boundary. "Master!" Seeing that he was standing still, Xiao Wu called out softly from behind. "Yes." Kai Yang nodded casually and immediately started walking forward. As he walked, he looked around with great interest. However, after a few steps, he heard Xiao Wu's low cry from behind him. He turned around and saw Xiao Wu sitting on the ground, holding her shoulder with a painful expression. Not far behind him, a burly demon race was walking as if he was flying. He swayed left and right as he walked, and the people in front of him all avoided him. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but immediately realized what was going on. He moved his feet and came behind the burly demon race, slapping him on the shoulder. The demon race was slapped so hard that he immediately became angry. He turned around, but there was no one behind him. Here, Kai Yang's face darkened as he lifted his head to look at him. Fuck, this guy was too tall. The demon race master looked down and saw Yang Kai, who was 2 heads shorter than him. Slowly turning around, the demon race master snorted and glared down at Yang Kai. What are you doing? Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed behind him. You knocked down my companion. The demon race looked up and saw Xiao Wu, who was slowly getting up from the ground. He grinned. So what? Apologize. Yang Kai smiled back. The demon race was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter rolled like thunder, and his huge body shook violently, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Xiao Wu hurried over and said with a frightened face, Master, I'm fine. She didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, but she knew that the demon race in front of her was not to be trifled with. If Yang Kai got hurt because of a conflict, she would definitely be punished. Naturally, she wanted to make a big deal out of a small one. It's not about whether you're fine or not. You should apologize just because you bumped into someone. Yang Kai waved at her, indicating that she should stay aside. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and was a little speechless. Her eyes were full of anxiety. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the burly demon race snorted. What if I don't apologize? Yang Kai nodded. If you can't reason with him, then you can only use your fists. The demon race opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, You want to hit me? If you don't apologize. The demon race laughed again. This time, not only did he laugh, but he also said to the group of demon race passing by, This brat wants to hit me. When the demon race passing by heard this, they all stopped to watch the show. Some demon race even shouted, Beat him up! Break his bones and pull out his intestines. This guy's skin is so soft and tender. His blood must be delicious. The group of people kept shouting. The burly demon race's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. You want to hit me? I'll hit you. When he finished speaking, he raised his fists high and punched at Yang Kai's head with the force of a thunderbolt. With such a tall and sturdy body and a condescending attacking posture, this punch was like a thunderbolt. It actually made a sound that broke through the air. When he made his move, the demon race surrounding him became excited. It was as if they had seen something fun and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, exclaimed, Master, be careful. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this demon race looked burly and strong, he was actually just a demon commander equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator in the human race. At most, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. But now, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. However, since he was already attacking, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai stopped the 2 fists that were smashing down. His body didn't move, but the ground under his feet shattered. Then, with a slight force, he kicked out and hit the demon race's ankle. Before the burly demon race could react, his tall and sturdy body fell to the ground involuntarily. With a bang, the ground was covered in dust. While he was still in a daze, Yang Kai slowly squatted in front of him, grabbed his collar with one hand and punched with the other. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in the blink of an eye, the burly demon race was beaten black and blue, his eyes seeing stars. Behind him, Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Yang Kai in shock. The onlookers of the demon race were also stunned. The original shouting stopped abruptly, but soon, more excited shouts rang out. Kill him! Kill him! Smash his head and make his brains spill out. Dig out his demon heart. It will be delicious. Yang Kai looked around with a strange expression. He suddenly remembered what Yu Ru Meng had said before. In the demon territory, the strong were always right, and the weak were always wrong. The experience at this moment was the best portrayal and interpretation of this sentence. If they were in the star boundary, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Even if there were conflicts, there would be people watching the show, but they would never shout such bloody words and show such excited expressions. The burly demon race had already stopped moving. Yang Kai had punched him dozens of times, and even if he didn't use his full strength, it still took away half of his life. Getting up, Yang Kai sent the demon race flying with a kick and called out to Xiao Wu, "Let's go!" When their eyes met, the corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He found that Xiao Wu was looking at him with a look of worship. Not only her, the onlookers of the demon race were also looking at him with reverence. Many of the demon race even showed kind smiles at him. This was the demon territory. Chapter 34-43. Along the way, Yang Kai observed the unique customs of the demon territory and saw many strange things. However, although some things were good, they were useless to the cultivator in the star boundary. They were only effective to the creatures in the demon territory, which made him give up on buying them. Moreover, he didn't have any demon crystals on hand. After strolling for half a day, he arrived in front of a shop. According to Xiao Wu, there should be maps for sale here. There weren't any servants outside the door to welcome customers. Many demon race members were coming in and out, so the business was quite prosperous. After entering the shop, Yang Kai's gaze was immediately attracted by the exquisite and small things on the counters on both sides. Those things looked like chariots, but each one was only the size of a palm. A demon race member seemed to be very interested in those things and was looking at them. The shop's clerk accompanied him and enthusiastically introduced the functions of those little things, praising the things in the shop as if they were unparalleled in the world. After listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that those things were really chariots. The demon race member took a fancy to one of the chariots. The clerk immediately took it out and held it with one hand. He poured his demon chi into it and threw it forward. With a whoosh, the chariot expanded in the wind and turned into something more than 6 meters long. Its shape was sinister and angular. At the top of the chariot was a lifelike tiger head with a bloody mouth. It was extremely terrifying. The demon race member walked around the chariot a few times and touched it here and there. He even sat on it and tried it himself. He revealed a satisfied expression and haggled with the clerk. In the end, both sides were sold. After sending off a customer, the clerk turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Master, what do you want to buy?" Yang Kai pointed to the door and said, "Give me the thing that guy was looking at." He was interested in the chariot. It wasn't something that could be seen in the star boundary. However, he often came across it in the star territory. The shop assistant immediately took out a vehicle of the same model and enthusiastically introduced it. "Customer, you have good taste. This Tigerhead War Chariot is a new model that was released by our store this year. Its performance is much better than the old model, and its speed is also much faster. You can go wherever you want with it." These words were no different from what he had just said to the demon race, so Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He snatched the tiger-headed war chariot from the shop assistant's hand, poured his emperor chi into it, and threw it forward like the shop assistant. The war chariot immediately enlarged and appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was startled. He had just casually tested it and did not expect his emperor's chi to work on this thing. It seemed that this thing could be used by both the human race and the demon race. Yang Kai withdrew his emperor chi and the shop assistant's cultivation was not high, so he naturally did not see anything wrong with it. He still enthusiastically said, "Customer, you may try it. If you are not satisfied with it, you can always try something else." Yang Kai had the same idea and immediately sat on it. He found that the interior design of this war chariot was quite user-friendly, and it was very comfortable to sit inside. The only downside was that the space was a little small. At most, it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. If one was a little bigger, it would be enough for one person to sit inside. After feeling it for a while, Yang Kai got up and climbed out, nodding, "How is the defense of this thing?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Customer, rest assured. This thing is made of 12th order demon iron, Its defensive power is enough to pass through a realm gate and even withstand a full-force blow from a demon king. Yang Kai did not know what 12th Order demon iron was, but since it could withstand a full-force blow from a demon king, its defensive power should not be weak. He then asked, "What about its offensive power? How come I don't see any place that can be attacked? Could it be that there is some kind of special spirit array engraved on it?" As soon as this was said, the shop assistant's expression suddenly became strange as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Behind him, Xiaowu awkwardly walked up and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Master, this thing is not used for fighting. It is used for traveling. There are countless fragments within the demon race territory, and not every demon race knows the route to each of these fragments. This war chariot is engraved with the location of the realm gates and the route to each of these fragments, so as long as you set it in advance, you can arrive at your destination smoothly, saving you a lot of trouble. So it's a flight-type artifact." Yang Kai suddenly realized, no wonder the shop assistant was looking at him strangely. Reaching out, he patted the shop assistant's shoulder and said seriously, "I was just joking." "Haha." The shop assistant's smile stiffened. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before lightly coughing. "Do you sell maps in this shop?" "Maps?" The shop assistant frowned. "What kind of maps does Master want to buy? What kind of maps do you have?" Yang Kai asked in return. The shop assistant said, "We have maps of every Saint Venerable's territory, a total of 12 copies. Which Saint Venerable's territory does this customer want a map of?" There were 12 demon saints' territory in the demon race territory, so why was the map also divided into 12 copies? Yang Kai said, "Do you not have a map that includes all of the fragments?" "We do, but the price." The shop assistant smiled at Yang Kai. After what happened just now, he had a lot of doubts about this customer's purchasing power. He didn't even know what the war chariot was used for, and yet he came in. Clearly he didn't want to buy anything. "The price is not a problem," Yang Kai said calmly. The shop assistant hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then please wait a moment. I will bring it to you." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the inner hall. After he left, Xiaowu came over and carefully said, "Master, this servant forgot to ask you, how many magic crystals do you have?" "I don't have any." Yang Kai glanced at her. Xiaowu was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly took off the ring on her finger and said, "I have some magic crystals here, but I don't know if it will be enough. Master, take it first." Yang Kai smiled and pushed the ring back. "I have my ways." Since he dared to come, he naturally had his own plans. Seeing him like this, Xiaowu didn't say anything else. She could only secretly pray that nothing bad would happen today, otherwise she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Not long after, the shop assistant came back with a round black ball in his hand and a stand under it. Walking over, the shop assistant said, "Customer, this is the store's best map. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with it." Yang Kai reached out to take the black ball and observed it for a moment. This thing was about the size of a human head and was quite heavy. He didn't know what material it was made of, but although this was the first time he had come into contact with this thing, it was similar to the mountain ripple diagram in the star boundary, so he immediately poured his divine sense into it. With a whoosh, the plate of a continent appeared in his divine sense, and a small black dot stood at a certain place on this continent, completely unremarkable. Yang Kai guessed that this small black dot represented his current location, and the continent that appeared in his knowledge sea should be the land under his feet. Phantom Continent. The name of each continent was also marked on this map. Only then did Yang Kai know that the continent under his feet was actually called the Phantom Continent, presumably because of Yu Rumeng's name and the succubus demon's race. In the sky around the continent there were 7 or 8 red dots. Yang Kai knew at a glance that these red dots represented the location of the realm gate, and each red had a thin white line connecting it to the distance. Yang Kai immersed himself in his divine sense and followed the thin white line, quickly finding another red and seeing another continent. After several attempts, Yang Kai figured out how to use this thing. This was a good thing, and it was exactly what he needed urgently. With this map, he would be able to grasp how to enter and exit the various fragments of the demon domain. Otherwise, if he wanted to go from one fragment to another, it would be like a blind man groping for an elephant. The shop assistant on the side said, "Customer, you can try to use your divine sense to call out the names of the 2 continents." Yang Kai looked up at him and decisively gave it a try, calling out the Phantom Continent and the Black Earth Continent in his heart. This Black Earth Continent was what he saw when he was groping around. It was very far from the Phantom Continent, separated by several fragments of the continent. But at this moment, starting from a certain red dot on the Phantom Continent, the connected white threads suddenly blossomed with a bright light. Like a burning flame, they spread all the way to another red dot, entered the neighboring continent, and then extended from another realm gate on this continent. In the blink of an eye, the closest route from the Phantom Continent to the Black Earth Continent was clear at a glance. If Yang Kai really wanted to go to the Black Earth Continent, he only needed to follow this route and pass through a few realm gates. Good, good, good. Yang Kai was full of praise. To be able to refine this thing, it was definitely a genius. To a human like him who had just arrived, this thing was more useful than anything else. How many magic crystals is this thing? Yang Kai held the black ball and didn't want to let go, so he turned to ask the shop assistant. He really wants to buy it. The shop assistant was a little surprised. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have much purchasing power, but who would have thought that he was such a big customer? He immediately smiled and said, 5 million high-rank magic crystals. Magic crystals were also divided into high, medium, and low rank, and they had the same conversion ratio as source crystals, 1 to 10. However, Yang Kai didn't have much of an idea of the so-called 5 million high-rank magic crystals, nor did he know what kind of wealth it was. He estimated that it was not much different from 5 million high-rank source crystals. 5 million high-rank source crystals was not a big deal to him, so he nodded and asked, "How about this tiger head chariot?" The shop assistant smiled even more happily. "This one only costs 1 million high-rank magic crystals, a total of 6 million high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai nodded, but Xiao Wu's face paled when she heard this. "That's too expensive." The shop assistant said, "Good things naturally have different prices. You can ask around in the holy city if there is a better chariot than this shop, or if there is a better map than this shop. If there is, these 2 things will be given to you as a gift." Chapter 34-44. I'll take it. Yang Kai was too lazy to haggle. Since the item was useful to him, he naturally had to buy it. The clerk heard this and immediately beamed with joy. "But I don't have any magic crystals," Yang Kai said again. The clerk's smile froze on his face as he looked at Yang Kai with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Yang Kai reached out and took out a mace that was half the height of a person. The mace emitted a dense demonic chi, scaring the clerk. He thought he was being robbed, but then he heard Yang Kai say, "Does your store accept this? I can use this as collateral." The clerk finally understood Yang Kai's intention. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, "Our store doesn't accept this kind of thing, but this demonic artifact seems to be of good quality. I can ask the shopkeeper for you." Yang Kai nodded. The clerk turned around and walked towards the counter. There was no one at the counter. The clerk walked over and stayed for a while before quickly returning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "The shopkeeper invites you over for a chat." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and followed him to the counter. The clerk pointed below and introduced, "This is our shopkeeper." Yang Kai looked down and saw a short man under the counter. He was only half the height of a person and was completely blocked by the tall counter. No wonder he didn't see him before. He didn't know which race the short man was from. He had a strangely large head and short stature. He looked quite comical, but his eyes were full of shrewdness. He stared at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that this customer wants to use a demonic artifact as collateral in exchange for a map and a chariot?" Yang Kai casually placed the mace on the counter and nodded. "That's right. How much is this worth?" The short man reached out and touched the mace. He released his divine sense and immediately raised his eyebrows. "A king-grade demonic artifact." The so-called king-grade demonic artifact was probably a demonic artifact that could only be used by demon kings. Yang Kai had a lot of them, which were the spoils of war he collected from the demon kings he killed a few days ago. The items from the demon race could not be used by the cultivator in the astral plane. Roaring Tiger City collected a lot of them after every battle, so naturally Yongkai also collected some. Now that he thought about it, he should have collected a lot of demonic crystals, but those things had a dense demonic chi and were of no use to him, so he didn't keep them. If he had known that this would happen, he would have prepared more magical crystals before coming here and saved himself the trouble of having to deal with the current situation. The short man carefully confirmed the quality and grade of the mace and gently nodded. My humble store doesn't accept these things, but since it's a king-grade demonic artifact, I can make an exception. However, this thing is only worth 1 million high-grade demonic crystals, which is far from enough. Do you have anything else you can use as collateral? If it weren't for this king-grade demonic artifact, he wouldn't have bothered with Yongkai. If he could take out this thing as collateral, he must have other good things on him. If he bought it and sold it, he would definitely make more money. 1 million. Yongkai turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu. He really didn't know much about the market in the demonic territory, so the only person he could ask for advice was this maidservant he brought with him. Xiao Wu secretly transmitted her voice. It's a little lower. Master, you can raise the price a little. If it was a little lower, then it was acceptable. Yongkai raised his hand again, and with a few clangs, 4 or 5 demonic artifacts of different shapes appeared in front of him. He looked down at the short man and said, "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper and the shop assistant beside him were all stunned. All of the demonic treasures that had suddenly appeared were filled with dense demonic chi. They were not inferior to the spiked club from before. In fact, they were even superior. In other words, these were all king-grade demonic artifacts. Only a demon king could use a king-grade demonic artifact. This guy in front of them took out so many at once, so they obviously didn't belong to him. He must have killed other demon kings and snatched them. Each demonic artifact represented a demon king. In an instant, the short man and the shop assistant looked at Yongkai with a different expression. They felt a bloody aura coming from him. The short man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly said, "Master, please wait a moment. Let me take a look first." After appraising them, they were all king-grade demonic artifacts without a doubt. Each of them was worth at least 1 million high-grade demonic crystals. Perhaps knowing that Yongkai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the short man even took the initiative to raise the price of 3 of the demonic artifacts. The 6 demonic artifacts came to a total of 9 million high-grade demonic crystals. It was enough to pawn the map and the tiger-headed war chariot. After a short while, Yongkai brought Xiao Wu out of the shop. The map and the tiger-headed war chariot had already been stored in the space ring. He was holding another space ring in his hand, which contained the extra 900,000 high-grade demonic crystals. This trip was mainly for the map. Now that he had achieved his goal, Yongkai didn't have anything else to buy. While strolling around with Xiao Wu, Yongkai held the map in his hand and used his divine sense to familiarize himself with the situation in the demon territory. His divine sense shuttled through the map, and the names of the continents flashed before his eyes. Yongkai silently memorized them, thinking that it was time to inquire about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Since Heaven's revelations and the others wanted him to rescue the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent, he first had to figure out where they were now. Only then would it be easier for him to carry out his plan. Just as he was thinking about this, a wave of cheers suddenly rang out in his ears. The sound was so loud that Yongkai couldn't help but be attracted to it. Looking up, he saw a huge semicircular building not far away. It stood on the ground of the holy city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. There were several demon race guards at the entrance, and the cheers from before had come from this building. It was very lively. "What is that place?" Yongkai pointed at the semicircular building and asked. The buildings he had seen before weren't big, but this building occupied such a vast area. It obviously had a big background. Blood Arena. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and glanced over there. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She seemed to be afraid of that place. "What is it?" Yongkai asked curiously. Xiao Wu explained, "It's a place where many powerful existences compete for supremacy. The winner can win the prize provided by the blood-fighting arena, and the loser can lose their life. There are prizes to be won." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Xiao Wu nodded, "Yes, and most of the time the prizes are very generous. Oh right, you can also bet in there. Some people get rich overnight and some people go bankrupt. You can also bet." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, he had spent 6 million high-grade magic crystals to buy the map and the Tigerhead chariot, and 6,900,000 high-grade magic crystals to pawn off several magic treasures. Now, he only had 900,000 high-grade magic crystals left. He would certainly stay in the demon territory for a long time, and it would be difficult to do things without magic crystals. He was just thinking about how to get more magic crystals, but he didn't expect that there would be a ready-made method. "Let's go in and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested and led Xiao Wu to the blood arena. At the entrance, the guard blocked the way. If one wanted to enter the blood arena, they naturally had to pay an entrance fee. The fights inside were fierce, day and night, and it was impossible to let people watch for free. The entrance fee was one of the income of the blood arena. 10,000 high-grade magic crystals per person. It was really not a place that ordinary people could enter. Fortunately, Yang Kai just got some magic crystals. Otherwise, he would have to rely on Xiao Wu's soft rice. After paying the entrance fee, he received 2 number plates and went straight inside. It was the first time for Xiao Wu to enter such a place, so she couldn't help but be a little nervous, and followed Yang Kai closely. After passing through a long corridor, the two suddenly entered a huge inner space. It was a circular field that covered an area of dozens of acres, and snowflakes fluttered in the air. What surprised Yang Kai was that there were several towering peaks in the field, and the peaks were rugged. The spectator seats were arranged in a trapezoidal shape and went up step by step. Roughly speaking, this place could accommodate at least 40,000 to 50,000 people to watch the fight at the same time. At this moment, although the spectator seats couldn't be said to be overcrowded, 70 to 80% of the seats were occupied. Each person had to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 high-grade magic crystals, so 70 to 80% of the people here would earn several hundred million. Before this, Yang Kai was still wondering what kind of prizes this blood-fighting arena would provide, and how he could make a profit, but now he knew that this was absolutely a sure way to make a profit. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but what surprised Yang Kai even more was that the space inside the blood-fighting arena was obviously different, because the scene inside was actually 10 times smaller than normal. In other words, the blood-fighting arena that he saw before him might actually be a few hundred acres, or even 1,000 acres. It was only because of some special reasons that it was reduced in size. Space folding? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Didn't Yu Rumming say that there was no demon race in the demon territory that was proficient in the law of space? Then who compressed the space of the blood-fighting arena into this place? He turned his head and asked Xiao Wu, and then he found out that it wasn't as he thought. The space in the blood-fighting arena was originally a small fragment of a continent. Yu Rumming had used the Great Divine Technique to move it here, and then used a formation master to set up a formation to create such an effect. Damn it, I knew this blood-fighting arena had a great background. It turned out that it was Yu Rumming who set it up. She is the most powerful person in the Phantom Continent, so it's not surprising that she set up such a thing. Xiao Wu continued, "It's the first time I've come here as well, but I heard that there are a few tens of different environments and terrains in the blood-fighting arena to choose from. So long as the formation is activated, it can be changed." Oh! Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Did this mean that the snowy scenery before him wasn't unchanging? Could even be changed to other environments and venues? If this was the case, then the variables in the blood-fighting arena would be great. If the strength of the two parties was equal, and a certain environment or terrain was advantageous to one party, then that party would undoubtedly have a great advantage. Just as the two of them were talking, a tsunami of cheers came from the spectator seats again. The outcome of the battle in the blood-fighting arena had been decided. Chapter 34-45. Most of the time, the victory or defeat in the blood-fighting arena would end with the death of one side. At this moment, the winner of the demon race was holding a bloody head and a beating demon heart in his hand. He stood on a mountain peak and spun in circles, letting the spectators admire his heroic appearance. This bloody and cruel scene seemed to be very popular with the demon race, and their cheers grew louder and louder. After a long time, the winner of the demon race stuffed the beating demon heart into his mouth and took a big bite, as if he was eating delicious food. His expression was happy, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The center of the arena suddenly turned dark, and nothing could be seen. At this time, the cheers gradually subsided, but no one was surprised. Yang Kai also did as the Romans did, and quietly observed the changes. He and Xiao Wu found their seats and sat down. While waiting, some women wearing revealing clothes and holding trays shuttled back and forth among the spectators. The trays were full of cups filled with a dark red liquid. It was unknown what it was, but Yang Kai saw that many of the demon race called these women. So he took out magic crystals to buy it and drank happily. Out of curiosity, he also bought a cup, spending 1,000 high-grade magic crystals. After tasting it, there was a bloody taste, so he turned his head and asked Xiao Wu, "What is this?" Xiao Wu said with a pale face, "Some women will be locked up and fed some special things when they make a mistake. After a few years, their blood will become different from the others. After releasing the blood and refining it, it will be done." She didn't dare to continue, but Yang Kai knew what she was going to say. He nodded slightly. It was an eye-opener. Saying so, he drank the thing in his hand in one gulp and showed an expression of wanting more. Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. Wasn't this person in front of her a human? How could he be as bloodthirsty as the demon race? After waiting quietly for a moment, the central arena below suddenly lit up again. However, it wasn't an environment of ice and snow this time. Instead, it was an arena covered in yellow sand. Sure enough, it was as Xiao Wu had said before. The blood-fighting arena was set up with a miraculous formation. So long as the formation was activated, it could be changed freely. A demon king flew high up in the sky. With an excited expression, he cast a spell and shouted, "The next battle is between Poison Wasp and Wild Python. If Poison Wasp wins this battle, he will have won 10 consecutive victories in the blood-fighting arena. He will also win the generous rewards provided by the blood-fighting arena. Poison Bee is very experienced, and his attacks are very cunning. Although Wild Python has only fought 3 battles in the blood-fighting arena, he can't be underestimated. He crushed his opponents in all 3 battles. Let's wait and see who is stronger in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a demon race walked up from both sides of the blood-fighting arena. The 2 demon race were both Demon King-level existences. Demonic chi surged from their bodies. There was little difference in their cultivations. One was thin and small while the other was tall and sturdy, forming an extremely sharp contrast. The desert environment was unobstructed at a glance. The 2 demon kings looked at each other across the arena. Their eyes were filled with cold light and clear killing intent. However, neither of them showed any intention of attacking. Instead, they were quietly waiting for something. In the audience, many people were busy. They all took out their number plates and activated them with their divine senses. Yang Kai was curious. Xiao Wu explained, "They should be betting. If Master wants to bet, you only need to pour your divine sense into the number plate. After the bet is done, the battle over there should begin." So that's how it is. Yang Kai immediately immersed his divine sense into the number plate. Sure enough, he found that the information inside the number plate had changed. There was now an option to bet. However, judging from the odds, the blood-fighting arena was obviously more optimistic about Poisonous Bee, who had almost won 10 matches in a row, because the odds were only 2-1. On the contrary, Wild Python's odds were 1-1. In addition, there was also Yang Kai's personal betting information, but it was all 0 at the moment. Yang Kai only had 900,000 demon crystals on hand. As a newcomer, he didn't know which of the 2 was stronger. Naturally, he wasn't prepared to bet and planned to watch for a while. At the very least, he had to understand the rules here. After a short while, the audience should have finished betting on the demon race. Those who didn't bet didn't have any intention of doing so, so there was no need to wait. 2 gong sounds rang out. The battle was about to begin. When the sound fell, the 2 demon kings had already rushed towards the central area of the sand demons. After a dozen breaths of time, they were already engaged in battle. Just as the host of the demon race had said before, Poisonous Bee was very experienced in battle. His attacks were extremely crafty, and coupled with his nimble figure, he was able to suppress the burly wild python. However, this wild python should be a stone demon. He had copper skin and iron bones, and his defense was outstanding. He only defended and didn't attack. Poisonous Bee's scattered attacks had no effect on him at all. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce battle. The battle between the 2 demon kings was extremely intense. Demonic chi surged and vibrated, causing the sand and stones in the central area to fly. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai understood. Although the wild python's defense was good, his opponent's figure was too agile. He couldn't hit him at all. On the contrary, his opponent was constantly wearing down his strength and demonic chi. If he didn't have a trump card, the result would be worrying. This battle lasted for half an hour. Seeing that the wild python was about to collapse, Poisonous Bee rashly rushed forward, flipping the dagger in his hand, preparing to kill. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the wild python's body bloomed with a golden light, instantly enveloping an area of 1,000 feet. Poison Bee's body stiffened abruptly, revealing a slight flaw. The wild python grinned and strode forward, the thick demonic artifact in his hand smashing down on Poisonous Bee's head, looking as if the outcome was already decided. Poisonous Bee was also smiling. Just as the demonic artifact was about to hit him, his figure suddenly flickered and split into 2 into 4 into 8, surrounding the wild python. The 8 figures simultaneously flashed to the center and once again merged into one. The scene seemed to be frozen at this moment. Poisonous Bee's figure reappeared on the side, his back facing the wild python, slowly swinging the dagger in his hand. The wild python was still in an attacking posture, but its body had already stiffened in place. The smile on its face didn't have time to disappear, and its eyes were full of disbelief. With a rumble, its burly body fell to the sand, sending sand flying everywhere. There was no injury, but there was no sign of life. There was an uproar in the audience. The devils who bet on the right bet were naturally beaming with joy. After all, they won the magic crystals, while the devils who lost the magic crystals had ugly expressions. They cursed loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that the python was already dead, they would have rushed up and torn it into pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. The central field darkened again, and a new round of battle began. The strength of the 2 sides in each battle was about the same, at least in the same realm. After all, if the strength gap was too big, there was nothing to see. Every round, there were countless demon race bets, but with the blood fighting arena adjusting the odds, the biggest winner could only be the blood fighting arena. This place was really a money tree. Yang Kai secretly admired Yu Ru Meng. He didn't know how rich this woman was. After watching several rounds like this, Yang Kai was also familiar with the rules here, so he didn't wait any longer. In the next few battles, he also placed a few bets. He thought that his eyesight was good, but he didn't expect that he would suffer a big loss this time. He was counting on the hundreds of thousands of demonic crystals on him to make a lot of money, but who knew that he would lose it all after a few rounds? He was so angry that he almost cursed. If he could properly perceive the situation of the 2 sides in the battle, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't have lost so miserably. The main reason was that he couldn't check the level of the 2 people in the battle because of the isolation of the array. He could only observe with his naked eyes. After making 1 or 2 mistakes, there was nothing to be gained. The plan to earn demonic crystals had failed, so Yang Kai didn't want to stay in this place any longer. He called Xiao Wu and prepared to leave. Xiao Wu didn't seem to like this place, so when she saw that he was leaving, she was naturally happy to follow him. Although the bets had been placed before, no one came to collect the demonic crystals. This was because when a guest left the blood fighting arena, their number plate would be taken back. The number plate recorded all the information of the bets. The winner and loser could be seen at a glance. If they lost, they just had to pay the demonic crystals to the blood fighting arena before leaving. If they won, it was the same. No one dared to go back on their words in the blood fighting arena, unless they didn't want to live. Yang Kai now had less than 880,000 demonic crystals left. The deficit in his number plate was also this amount, so it was just enough to settle the debt. However, the two had only taken a few steps when the central field lit up again. At this time, a burst of surprise suddenly came from the surrounding audience, as if they had seen something incredible. Yang Kai casually turned his head and glanced in that direction. His eyes suddenly widened, and his footsteps stopped. He stared at the central field without blinking. Xiao Wu, who was behind him, didn't pay attention and directly bumped into his back. She immediately apologized in fear. Yang Kai waved his hand at her, indicating that it was okay. Then, he carefully looked at the figure in the central field. Yes, Yu Meng was there. No, that wasn't Yu Meng. That was Li Shiqing. Yu Meng had been using Li Shiqing's appearance in the star boundary, so Yang Kai was naturally not unfamiliar with this appearance. At this time, when he suddenly saw this face in the central field, he was in a daze for a moment and thought that it was Yu Meng. Only after he reacted did he realize that it was Li Shiqing. Yang Kai had asked Yu Meng about Li Shiqing's whereabouts before, but Yu Meng didn't tell him. Now, he understood that this woman was actually in the demon territory. Moreover, she was in the blood-fighting arena of the Phantom Continent. He had never come in contact with the real Li Shiqing. They didn't know each other, but this woman was the disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. Since he had encountered her in the demon territory, he naturally couldn't just ignore her. But what was this scene in front of him? Could it be that the demon race wanted Li Shiqing to participate in the blood-fighting arena? Chapter 3446. Yu Meng disguised herself as Li Shiqing as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the real Li Shiqing was naturally at this level as well. Otherwise, how could she have deceived the great emperors like the Flower Shadow Realm? Her cultivation wasn't bad, but this was the demon territory after all. Li Shiqing didn't have the ability to ignore the demonic cheese corrosion like Yang Kai, so how could she be a match for the other demon kings in the blood-fighting arena? At this moment, Li Shiqing was standing quietly beside the demon king. It seemed that her cultivation wasn't restricted, nor was there any seal placed on her, but she didn't move at all. Her eyes were closed, and Emperor Qi flickered on the surface of her body. Obviously, she was resisting the corrosion of the demonic Qi. If she didn't do so, it was very likely that she would become a demon in a very short time. No one knew how long she had been resisting like this, but she looked a little tired. At the center of the arena, the demon king who brought Li Shiqing up smiled and said, "I believe that many of you have already noticed that this woman is different from the rest. Yes, this woman is indeed different because this woman is a human from the star boundary." As soon as this statement came out, the entire arena went into an uproar. Because Li Shiqing had been constantly urging her Emperor Qi to resist the demonic Qi, many Demon King-level masters had already noticed some clues, but they didn't dare to be too sure. At this moment, after hearing the Demon King's words, they realized that this woman was really a human. This was a rare species. Because the demon territory was filled with world principles and demonic Qi, even if a human really came here, it was impossible for them to come out unscathed. The biggest possibility was that they would become the demon race and become a demon. But looking at Li Shiqing's appearance, although she looked tired, it was obvious that she hadn't lost her mind. In addition, Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were excellent, so she was naturally very attractive to many members of the demon race. It is said that this woman has a second-order Emperor realm cultivation in the star boundary, which is equivalent to a mid-rank demon king here. The demon king paused for a moment before suddenly raising his voice. The prize for the next blood battle will be this woman. If anyone can win in the next blood battle, this king can take this woman away. Hehe, this king has never tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's eyelashes trembled as a look of sadness appeared on her face. To think that she was now a prize in the demon race's blood arena. Such treatment was something she didn't even dare to imagine in the past. She secretly decided that if things got out of hand, she would immediately sever her own heart vein. She would rather die than bring shame her master. She die was blood. Li. A die Li. Just as the Demon King had said, none of the members of the demon race had tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were good, and her cultivation was high. If they could really win, it would be a great glory. In an instant, the crowd of demons was excited, and the ghosts in the audience were crying and howling. The Demon King continued, "There are no rules in this blood battle. It will be a battle of chaos. Anyone who signed up can participate, as long as they can survive until the end. I will give everyone an incense stick worth of time to prepare. There will be no more waiting after that." After saying this, he grabbed Li Shiqing's arm and dragged her away, disappearing from sight. As soon as he left, many members of the demon race got up from the audience and rushed in a certain direction. Those members of the demon race were all Demon King level powerhouses. If one's cultivation wasn't at the level of a Demon King, they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in this blood battle. This blood battle was different from the previous blood battles. In the previous blood battles, the blood arena would arrange opponents with similar cultivation levels. This time, Li Shiqing was the prize. If one's cultivation was lower, they would only be slaughtered. However, since it was a battle of chaos this time, they could take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Xiao Wu and asked, "Where do we sign up?" Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then pointed in a direction and said, "It should be over there." Yang Kai followed her finger and found that the group of Demon Kings was gathered in that direction. Without hesitation, he hurriedly rushed over. He had just been thinking about how to rescue Li Shiqing if he ran into her here, but he hadn't expected that the blood arena would take the initiative to provide him with such an opportunity. As long as he won, he would be able to obtain this beauty. This was a ready-made method. The registration area was filled with a sea of people, and there was no order to speak of. The Demon Kings with higher cultivations tried their best to rush in, while those with weaker cultivations could only temporarily avoid them. Fortunately, private fights were not allowed in the blood arena. Otherwise, this place would likely have become a chaotic mess. Yang Kai expended a great deal of effort to squeeze to the front, then reached out and slapped the table at the registration area. "I'll sign up." The Demon King in charge of the registration glanced up at him, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he nodded. 100,000 demon crystals. Yang Kai bared his teeth and took out 100,000 demon crystals as a registration fee from his space ring. This registration fee wasn't for him alone. All the Demon Kings who had signed up before had paid up, and Yang Kai had also noticed this, so he was naturally prepared. It was just that he had bet all the demon crystals he had on him before, so if he lost 100,000 demon crystals, he definitely wouldn't be able to settle the bill. He didn't know if he would be able to place a bet later, but if he could, he would be able to place a bet on himself and find a way to get some demon crystals back. The demon race accepted the demon crystals and recorded Yang Kai's number plate and cultivation before calling it a day. After he left, the demon race in charge of the registration glanced up at his back again before taking out an object and pinching it in his hand. In the depths of the blood fighting arena, in a side room, a demon race was sitting on a chair with narrowed eyes and a deep aura. Beside him was a woman from the demon race, who was serving him wholeheartedly. On the other side, a high-rank demon king listened carefully before turning around and saying, "Master, that guy signed up." The demon race on the chair gently nodded and didn't say anything else. The high-rank demon king hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why does Master pay so much attention to that guy? Is there something special about him?" Originally, the blood-fighting arena didn't have this chaotic battle today, nor did the human woman serve as a prize. However, the master had suddenly rushed over and brought the human woman with him, instructing him to hold this event and then telling him to pay attention to that strange-looking guy. Now that he thought about it, The master had deliberately used the human woman as bait to attract that guy to sign up and participate in the chaotic battle. However, how could the master be so sure that that guy would definitely participate? The demon race on the chair looked up at him, causing the high-rank demon king's heart to tremble. He thought that he had asked the wrong question and hurriedly lowered his head. Just as he was in fear and trepidation, the demon race on the chair suddenly stood up and walked out with large strides. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and a cold voice was heard. "Think of a way to kill him." The demon king was stunned for a moment before he respectfully said, "Yes." "Oh, Master, do you know that woman?" Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai and asked. If they didn't know each other, why would Yang Kai suddenly sign up for this chaotic battle? They were both humans, so the possibility of them knowing each other was very high. "You can say that." Yang Kai didn't explain further. "Master, you shouldn't have signed up." Xiao Wu was a bit anxious. "Those demon kings are very savage. What if something happened to you?" Yang Kai smiled at her. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. But for them, it's better if they don't be too surprised." Xiao Wu said, "How about we leave now? Otherwise, if the saint finds out and blames us, this servant will definitely die without a burial place." Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. I just paid 100,000 magic crystals to sign up. If we can't settle this debt, the two of us can't leave the blood arena." When Xiao Wu heard this, her face turned green. Although she had some magic crystals on her, she didn't have 100,000 magic crystals. Even if she took out all of them, she still wouldn't be able to settle this debt. Yang Kai said again, "We should be able to place a bet later. Help me place a bet." Xiao Wu was shocked. "Place a bet? But we don't have any magic crystals." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and knocked her head. "You were stupid. In any case, this is the account before leaving. Who knows if you have any magic crystals on you? As long as we win, we can just collect the magic crystals. Who will ask us for magic crystals?" Xiao Wu wanted to say that it wasn't that the demon race hadn't done this before, but if they lost, they would usually end up in a miserable state. But now that things had come to this, there was no other way. She could only break the pot and place all of her hopes on the next bet. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Do you want to bet on the master himself?" Yang Kai said confidently, "Of course. Otherwise, who else can I bet on?" "How much?" 1,000. No, I bet 100 million magic crystals." 100 million? Xiao Wu's mouth was slightly open as she stood there dumbfounded. At this time, the center of the arena lit up and the demon race appeared again. He cast a spell and shouted, "The time has come. All applicants will come to the arena immediately. Those who haven't come to the arena before the array is activated will be considered as having forfeited." As soon as he finished speaking, figures shot out from the audience and landed in the center of the arena. Yang Kai reminded Xiao Wu, "Remember to place your bet." He leaped into the air and rushed into a layer of light screen in the blink of an eye. Then, he landed on a spacious field. After entering the light screen, he discovered that the space inside was vast and he couldn't see the outside at all. He was currently in a hilly area with rocks and weeds all around him. Before he could carefully inspect the terrain, he saw 4 or 5 figures suddenly appear and land not far from him. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that these 4 or 5 demon race people seemed to be harboring ill intentions towards him. The places where they landed also seemed like they were going to surround him. Looking around, some of them avoided his gaze, some of them sneered, and some of them directly made a throat-slitting gesture. Did they think he was a pushover? Yang Kai chuckled and slowly gave them a thumbs up. Then he turned his wrist and pointed to the ground. The demon race people around him were all angry, and their gazes towards him became more and more unfriendly. In the audience, Xiao Wu covered her eyes with her hands. She didn't dare to continue watching. She really didn't understand what this master was doing. Originally, this chaotic battle was extremely dangerous and there were no rules to speak of. As soon as he entered the arena, he attracted so much hatred. Was he tired of living? Chapter 34-47. Although she was worried, Xiao Wu still remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. She took out her number plate and used her divine sense to check it. Sure enough, she saw that there was information about the bets for this battle. The bets this time were quite different from the previous bets. Before, there were only 2 choices, but this time, there were as many as 70 to 80 choices. In other words, there were 70 demon race powerhouses in the blood fighting arena at this moment, and they were basically all existences at the level of a demon king. Row after row, every participant of the demon race had their own number, followed by a simple introduction of their cultivation base. Those who were famous even had their own nicknames. For example, Poison Bee, who had won the blood fighting arena earlier, was in the list. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any nicknames. Xiao Wu browsed through the list and quickly found the location of Yang Kai's number plate. She glanced at the odds behind it and couldn't help but be startled, thinking that her eyes were playing tricks on her. After taking a closer look, she found that she wasn't mistaken. Yang Kai's odds were shockingly as high as 1 to 10. She couldn't help but feel that this was a little strange, because the odds were really a little too high. Seemed very abnormal. Looking at the odds of the other demon race, they were all within the normal range. There were a few that had odds of 1 to 10, but those few demon race powerhouses were all at the demon commander level. In such a chaotic battle, it was obviously impossible for them to survive until the end. As for the demon king level, the odds were basically in the range of 1 to 1, with the highest being 1 to 2. However, the information behind Yang Kai's number plate was that of a mid-rank demon king. What was going on? Such unreasonable odds were as if the blood fighting arena was certain that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, and deliberately raised the odds to attract people to place their bets. Xiao Wu couldn't understand it for a moment, but this wasn't the time for her to think too much. If she delayed any longer, the betting time would be over. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and placed a bet of 100 million behind his number plate. After doing all this, Xiao Wu was completely exhausted, as if all her strength had left her body. She had never been so stimulated in her entire life. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping over the several demon kings gathered around him. With a sweep of his divine perception, he was able to clearly see through their backgrounds. For low-grade demon kings, 1 mid-grade demon king. In terms of the human race's cultivation division, there were 4 first-order Emperor Realm Masters and 1 second-order Emperor Realm Master. He really didn't know where they got the confidence to surround him. Yang Kai crossed his arms and pressed them down on his abdomen. He stretched his neck and moved his shoulders. He looked like he was ready for a big fight. The Demon King looked at him with a sinister smile, as if they were looking at a dead man. A low-grade Demon King on the left immediately rushed towards Yang Kai. It seemed that he was angered by Yang Kai's provocation and wanted to let Yang Kai know the price of his arrogance. He didn't want to waste any time and grinned maliciously. Demonic chi erupted from his body, and he arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. He punched out, the wind from his fist whistling as a pitch-black ball condensed in front of his fist and headed straight for Yang Kai's chest. A destructive aura spread out as the Demon King laughed complacently. Yang Kai also punched out, but there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of power, as if he was just casually throwing a punch. Hong. The smile on the Demon King's face stiffened in an instant, and an inconceivable look appeared in his eyes. An unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his whole body, and his perception was magnified to the limit in an instant. Inexplicably, he felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow. He could even clearly see that his fist had been smashed to pieces by the guy in front of him. Pieces of flesh and broken bones flew everywhere, and the violent power did not stop, crushing his arm like dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His entire arm was crushed inch by inch and smashed into his chest with a loud bang. A bloody mist exploded, and the Demon King was nowhere to be seen. In a single exchange, this low-grade Demon King had been smashed to pieces by Yang Kai. No one was able to react in time. The other 4 Demon Kings were still standing to the side, preparing to observe Yang Kai's strength before making any plans. However, Yang Kai had already rushed out from the bloody mist, and his body was wrapped in a bone-chilling killing intent. In a flash, he arrived in front of another low-grade demon king. The same punch was thrown out, and without even looking, he turned around and rushed to the side, throwing another punch at the third low-grade demon king. Only when this punch hit the demon king did the second demon king's body suddenly burst apart. The remaining two demon kings were overwhelmed with shock, almost not daring to believe their eyes. Just as they were hesitating, the third demon king that had been hit by Yang Kai had already followed in the footsteps of his two companions. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The remaining two demon kings instinctively wanted to increase the distance between them and Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around, grinning maliciously at the two of them, causing their hairs to stand on end. His hands formed into claws, and he grabbed towards the two of them. Under the fluctuations of the law of space, the two retreating figures were immediately fixed in place, as if there were invisible shackles binding them, making it impossible for them to move. Not only that, the two demon kings were pulled towards Yang Kai by a powerful force. For a moment, they looked around blankly, struggling with all their might. However, what made them feel incomparably desperate was that they were unable to break free, and could only watch as they got closer and closer to that death god. Yang Kai's body leaned back slightly, and his arms swung back. His entire body was like a drawn bow, and his hands formed into fists as he punched forward. Twin dragons emerged from the sea. With two booming sounds, almost at the same time, the two fists smashed into the bodies of the two remaining demon kings. At this moment, there was no difference between a mid-rank demon king and a low-rank demon king. Their bodies instantly exploded, and a rain of blood and bits of flesh fell to the ground. The ground beneath their feet became a complete mess. Xiao Wu was speechless for a moment. No wonder this guy was so concerned about the master. Turned out that he had bet on him. Thinking about it carefully, it was possible that he had overheard the conversation between Yang Kai and her. Otherwise, which demon commander would be willing to bet so many demon crystals on such a fishy betting rate? If he won, he would have 20 million demon crystals, which would be enough to buy many king-grade demon artifacts. For a demon commander, this was tantamount to a huge fortune. In fact, this demon commander had indeed overheard the conversation between Yang Kai and Xiao Wu, which was why he had bet on him. In his opinion, since Yang Kai dared to bet 100 million demon crystals on him, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and bet all the demon crystals he could afford. Originally, he was a little worried about the gains and losses, wondering if he had been too impulsive. A 1-to-10 ratio had never appeared in the blood fighting arena before. Since the blood fighting arena dared to set such odds, it meant that they were confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive until the end. But when he saw Yang Kai's terrifying strength at the beginning of the match, the demon commander smiled like a blooming flower. With such strength, an ordinary demon king wouldn't be a match for him. Chapter 34-48. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai whistled and looked down at his feet. At some point, a withered hand had appeared at his ankle. Demon Chi was surging in the palm as it tried to grab him. But the withered hand's owner seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and froze at Yang Kai's feet, not moving in the slightest. When Yang Kai looked over, the hand immediately retracted back into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he lifted his foot and stomped the ground. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk where his foot landed. A huge crack suddenly appeared and spread forward like a snake coming out of a hole, twisting and turning at an extremely fast speed. A muffled groan came from below, followed by a thin figure at the very front of the crack. Sand and dust swirled around his body, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This was a sand demon. At some point in time, he had been hiding under Yang Kai's feet, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Kai. But the 5 demon kings had died too quickly, giving him no opportunity to strike. Now that he had been forced to reveal himself, his greatest advantage was gone. As soon as the sand demon appeared, he madly rushed in a certain direction. The the sand and dust swirling around his body shaking violently. Wrapped in rolling demon chi, the sand and gravel that blotted out the sky flew towards Yang Kai. Every grain of sand was the result of countless years of tempering with his own demon chi, so their lethality was not inferior to the all-out attack of a peak demon commander. With so many grains of sand attacking together, even a demon king would have to retreat. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. The sand demon glanced back and immediately frowned. Because there was no one behind him, his desperate counterattack had hit nothing but air. Just as he was puzzled, a dense aura suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The sand demon turned pale with fright and turned back to look, only to see Yang Kai, who should have been behind him, standing in front of him, looking at him with a playful expression. He was only 10 meters away from him, when, before he could even think about it, he had already reacted instinctively. His entire body shook as he came to a halt, and with a quick sweep, he was about to escape from Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai reached out his hand and gently grabbed in his direction, as if he was pinching a fly. In the next moment, the sand demon felt his neck being choked by a large hand. He couldn't breathe properly, and his whole body was involuntarily lifted in front of Yang Kai. His feet left the ground, and he was suspended high in the air. He struggled with all his might, but as the violent emperor chi poured into his body, he instantly lost the strength to resist. You! Only at this moment did the sand devil realize that Yang Kai's power was somewhat different. What poured into his body was not demon chi, but more like the legendary emperor chi of the human race. The sand devil's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Could it be that this guy was a human? Before he could finish his thought, the power that had surged into his body began to boil, destroying his internal organs and destroying his flesh and bones. An extremely painful expression appeared on the sand demon's face, and after a few breaths, he exploded with a loud bang. In just a few moments, as many as 6 demon kings had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Faintly sensing something, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. On a mountain peak in the distance, a graceful figure stood quietly on the mountain peak, looking in their direction. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. What the hell? The final prize of this chaotic battle was Li Shiqing, so how could a female demon king participate? Could it be that this female demon king had some special hobbies? This was not impossible. After all, the forest was large enough that any bird could fly. Looking at each other from a distance, Yang Kai quickly recognized that this female demon king should be a feather demon because of the pair of delicate wings on her back. Grinning at her, the female demon king, on the other hand, turned around and left, a look of deep fear appearing in her eyes. She had obviously seen Kai Yang's previous display of invincible might and had set him as a strong enemy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to retreat so quickly. In the audience, Xiao Wu covered her red lips with both hands as she stared blankly at Yang Kai's figure. She hadn't seen the scene of Yang Kai killing those 5 demon kings, but she had clearly seen the majestic scene of him killing a sand demon. That sand demon was clearly a demon king, but in front of Yang Kai, it was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This made her have more confidence in Yang Kai, and she felt that it was not impossible for him to survive until the end. She immediately paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side, and the demon commander behind her laughed mischievously. "Did you see that? Your master is really strong. I didn't make a mistake this time." Seemingly in order to adapt to this large-scale chaotic battle, the space of the blood-fighting field, which was not small to begin with, became a lot more vast. After Yang Kai killed those 6 demon kings, he strolled around the blood-fighting field. For him, his ultimate goal was to win Li Shiqing, so all the members of the demon race in the blood-fighting field were enemies, and they were all people who could be killed. Perhaps it was because he looked a little harmless, unlike the other demon kings who were tall and sturdy, but he easily attracted the attention of others. However, without exception, all the members of the demon race who came to provoke him died a horrible death. Yang Kai slaughtered his way, and in addition to the first 6 demon kings, in the following 2 hours, he actually killed 7 or 8 demon kings. In other words, the number of demon kings who died at his hands in the entire blood fighting field was more than 10. This was an extremely terrifying ratio. It must be known that the total number of people who participated in this chaotic battle was only 70 to 80. His actions attracted the attention of countless members of the demon race in the audience. They all tried to find out where this guy came from and why they hadn't seen him before. Many members of the demon race revealed excited and expectant expressions. They couldn't wait for Yang Kai to kill as many as possible. It would be best if he could survive until the end. These were naturally the people who bet on Yang Kai. It wasn't only the demon commander behind Xiao Wu who bet on Yang Kai. There were many members of the demon race who wanted to get rich overnight. Chapter 34-49. You still can't see it? That demon commander scowled miserably, his facial muscles twitching as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh. He had a pained expression on his face. See what? Xiao Wu's frown deepened. That demon commander face-bombed. How could she not see such a clear situation? This woman is really stupid. He immediately explained, those guys' target is your family's master. What? Xiao Wu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. She fixed her gaze and indeed found some clues. The demon king that had flown out from the mountain peak was actually heading straight for Yang Kai's location. It wouldn't be long before they met. She had also seen the deployment of this group of demon kings. A group of fellows with ill intentions sneaking around and setting up an ambush at the peak of the mountain. Only a single demon king had rushed out. It was clearly a bait to lure someone into the trap. Now that the demon commander behind her had reminded her, she finally reacted. Yang Kai was their prey. Perhaps it was an unintentional coincidence, but it could also be intentional. If it was just a coincidence, then it could be said that Yang Kai's luck was bad. However, if it was intentional, then it meant that Yang Kai's previous battle record of killing more than 10 demon kings had attracted the fear of those demon kings, which was why so many demon kings had joined hands. But no matter what, her master was in danger this time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She screamed in her heart, hoping that Yang Kai would change his direction or see through the enemy's scheme. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Yang Kai simply couldn't discover the trap in front of him. That demon king that had rushed out came face to face with Yang Kai after a dozen breaths of time. Xiao Wu saw that Demon King didn't say a word and took the initiative to launch a round of attacks. After being easily blocked by Yang Kai, it immediately turned around and fled, turning into a streak of bloody light. The speed was incomparably fast. It had no intention of fighting to the death with Yang Kai. It clearly wanted to lure him into the encirclement. This was a mid-rank demon king and a blood demon at that. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai grinned maliciously as he chased after it. He didn't want to reveal his trump card until the final moment, so he didn't use the power of the space laws. Even so, his speed was much faster than the blood demons, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up and kill him. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from the side. Yang! With a thud, an arrow appeared beside his feet. The arrow was 10 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. It was like an indestructible spear. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly and penetrated 3 feet into the ground. Demonic chi lingered on the arrow, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It was obvious that the strength of the person who shot the arrow was extraordinary. Yang Kai turned his head with a cold expression and saw a graceful figure standing a few kilometers away. This figure wore black clothes and held a bow in his hand, the bowstring gently vibrating. Because of this unforeseen event, the fleeing blood demon also stopped and turned his head, frowning. His goal this time was to lure Yang Kai into the trap he had prepared, but who would have thought that a variable would appear midway, causing his originally smooth plan to suffer a setback. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Looking at the feather demon who had shot the arrow, the blood demon seemed to recognize him and felt a headache coming on. Continuing to stay in place wasn't a solution, After all, he was playing the role of being chased by Yang Kai. If he stopped and watched for too long, he would only expose himself, so he only hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away. He had missed a good opportunity this time, but there would be a next time. However, if Yang Kai became suspicious, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The blood demon retreated decisively, so Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue. In any case, it didn't matter who he killed. Everyone in the blood fighting stage had to die. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, he recognized that the person who had shot the arrow at him was the feather demon he had seen when he first came in. A female demon king and a feather demon. Who else could it be but her? Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the tail of the arrow at his feet and pulled it out. He weighed it in his hand a few times to test its weight. Then, Yang Kai raised his head and smiled at the feather demon a few kilometers away. In the next moment, he raised his arm and threw the arrow in his hand in that direction. With a whoosh, a sharp light appeared at the tip of the 10-meter-long arrow. It seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in the world. Carrying a world-destroying momentum, it flew towards the feather demon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the feather demon. Unexpectedly, the feather demon's expression didn't change. With a calm expression, she stretched the bow in her hand forward, brushing against the incoming arrow. With a twist of her fingers, the bowstring was pulled back in an instant. Then, her body suddenly turned. By the time she stabilized, the arrow Yang Kai had shot was already knocked on her bowstring. At this very moment, Yang Kai was only 100 meters away from the feather demon. At the same time he threw the arrow, his entire body rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He secretly praised his good skill. The magic fluctuations emitted by the feather demon showed that she was only a mid-ranked demon king. However, this reaction speed and ability to adapt to the situation were definitely not something a mid-ranked demon king could possess. The force of his throw was enormous, but the other party had only used a slight twist of his body to dissipate most of the force. Such a skilled and daring person was also a rare talent, a fierce general that was hard to come by. He felt that he had somewhat underestimated this demoness. Knocking the arrow on the bowstring again, the arrow in the feather demon's hand shot out again. Yang Kai's momentum didn't decrease. His head tilted slightly, avoiding the disturbance of the arrow by a hair's breadth. His figure quickly closed in on the feather demon. As an outstanding archer, the feather demon naturally knew where her greatest advantage was. She didn't give Yang Kai a chance to close in at all. She didn't seem to move at all, but her figure floated backwards. With a twist of her slender fingers, one arrow after another appeared in her hand. She continuously pulled the bowstring. From this angle, he could clearly see the snow-white ravine on her chest. Not in the mood to appreciate it, Yang Kai lifted his foot and kicked out. The female demon king slid and circled around Yang Kai half a circle. Her body suddenly bounced back and she twisted her 5 fingers. Another arrow appeared, but this arrow was only 3 feet long. It was clearly specially made for close combat. Moreover, the arrowhead was dark green. It was clear that it was poisoned. The bowstring was pulled back and the arrow was pointed at Yang Kai's temple, ready to shoot. The female devil looked at Yang Kai provocatively and jokingly said, "You're dead. Your mother's fart." Yang Kai faced her from the side. His expression was also playful as he laughed sinisterly. "You can try and see who dies first." Anyway, in the current situation, there are people who don't want you to win the final victory. They have already started to join forces to deal with you. Yang Kai stroked the stubble on his chin and nodded slightly. "If things are really as you said, then this king will owe you a favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the Holy Sage's palace to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse." He did not doubt what the other party said because it was meaningless to lie to him in this kind of place. What's more, the feather demon was good at shooting and had excellent eyesight. The powerful feather demon could even cultivate a magical eye technique that allowed her to see many things that others could not. Of course, the premise of all this was that she could survive this chaotic battle. Yang Kai did not kill her now, but it did not mean that he would not kill her at the last moment. If it really came to that point, who would care about favors? If you are dead, what's the use of your favor? The feather demon sneered. Then what do you want? Yang Kai glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. The other party saw something and deliberately came to stop him from falling into the trap. It was definitely not out of kindness, but something else. Let's join forces. Although the feather demon was a woman, she was also very straightforward and directly stated her purpose. You join forces with me? Yang Kai blinked. He pointed at her and then pointed at himself. The corner of his mouth slowly rose and his smile gradually widened. The feather demon's face was gloomy as she flew into a rage. Bastard! You dare to look down on me? Saying this, she pulled the bow in her hand and an arrow was placed on the string. She looked like she was going to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Sorry. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured for her not to be impulsive. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The feather demon gritted her teeth. The smile of this bastard in front of her clearly had a taste of contempt. She definitely did not see wrong. I am from the human race and you are from the demon race. Joining forces like this, I feel that it is very strange. Yang Kai casually found an excuse, but thinking about it carefully, with such a helper, it would save him a lot of effort. Perhaps he would not need to expose himself too much. Really? The feather demon looked at Yang Kai from the side. Her bright eyes were filled with distrust. Yang Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky and said with a serious expression, Really? The feather demon put away the arrow and snorted. You better not lie to me, otherwise you won't have a good ending. After pausing for a bit, she said, What does it matter if you are from the human demon race? In any case, you have already become the demon race out of the star boundary. Although you are not a pure demon race member, you already have a demonic nature. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my demon race. Besides, so what if you are from the human race? This old lady will join forces with you. I will beat anyone who refuses to obey. Good. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. He rubbed his head and said, I still have a question. Speak. If you and I really join forces to break through the enemy, what will happen in the end? The feather demon pursed her lips into a smile. Her smile was filled with cruelty and coldness. Of course it will be whoever lives in the end who wins the prize. Oh! Yang Kai had a look of realization. He snapped his fingers and said, In other words, you and I will have to fight in the end. The feather demon looked at him playfully. You can kill yourself. In any case, you are not my match. Yang Kai laughed. Keep that confidence. You are the strongest. The feather demon looked unhappy. Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to her and said with a serious expression, Yang Kai! The feather demon frowned. Using his divine sense, he found that there were indeed more than 10 Demon King-level auras hidden inside. 3 of them were extremely powerful, reaching the level of a high-rank Demon King. All of this was consistent with the information provided by Boya. He calmly stood in place and looked around for a while. Xiao Wu, who was in the spectator stands, was so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She kept wailing in her heart, Don't go in, don't go in, it's a trap. The demon commander behind her also held his breath, staring at Yang Kai's figure without blinking, praying that he would discover some clues and leave this place. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Kai Yang raised his hand to his mouth and called out loudly, Is there anyone? The sound waves converged and formed into a thunderous boom, causing the row of trees in front of him to sway left and right, the leaves rustling. The demon commander directly collapsed on his chair, looking weak and powerless, as if he was about to die. 5 kilometers away, Boya, who was slowly approaching with her body concealed, also had a dark expression. She couldn't help but slap her forehead. This guy, what the hell is he doing? With his shout, wouldn't the enemies lying in ambush all know that he's here? How could there be any surprise effect? Boya suddenly realized that cooperating with Yang Kai was probably a wrong decision. This made her have the urge to turn around and leave. In any case, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with her. On the mountain peak, the 10 or so demon kings were still gathered together, seemingly having some kind of dispute. They were discussing left and right, but at this moment, they all turned their heads to look at the foot of the mountain, each of them revealing a look of pleasant surprise. They originally thought that after failing to lure the enemy, they would have to put in more effort to deploy. Who would have thought that the prey would actually take the initiative to deliver itself to their doorstep? This was truly a case of unstoppable luck. The 10 or so pairs of eyes quickly met, and in the next moment, one of the demon kings soared into the sky, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. The others quickly concealed themselves and restrained their auras. The demon king dispatched this time wasn't the blood demon from before. After all, that blood demon had already been repelled by Yang Kai once. If he were to appear again, it might arouse Yang Kai's suspicions. Therefore, another demon king took over the important task of luring the enemy. This was a malevolent-looking bone demon. There wasn't a trace of flesh on its body, and its bones were pitch black. Only 2 dim lights flickered in its eye sockets. Like the blood demon, this bone demon was also a mid-rank demon king. After all, according to the information obtained by these demon kings, Yang Kai had already killed many demon kings in the blood arena. The shield-wielding skeletal demon rushed to the front. Its huge shield almost covered its body, providing the most powerful protection for the other skeletal demons. The other 4 skeletal demons flanked it from the left and right. As they opened and closed their teeth, they made a crunching sound. Yang Kai completely ignored them, as if he didn't see the 5 bone demons. With a loud bang, he met them head-on, directly crashing into the huge shield held by the bone demon in the middle. A violent force swept out, and the shield-wielding skeletal demon was unable to maintain its footing. Its body, which was tens of feet tall, was knocked back like a shooting star. The other 4 skeletal demons slashed down with their weapons, but only hit a string of afterimages. After all, his source wasn't restricted, but Great Elder and Second Elder could only lean towards a certain attribute, so there was no comparison between them. A mournful scream rang out, as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The blood demon in Yang Kai's hand struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous burning of the dragon fire, his vitality was rapidly evaporating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the blood demon had become a charred corpse. Yang Kai casually threw the charred corpse to the side, turned around, and stared at the shadow demon that he had previously injured. It was better to break 1 finger than injure 10. The shadow demon was good at concealment and assassination. If he didn't get rid of it in one go, it would definitely cause a lot of interference. Not only that, this streak of light accurately shot into the head of a low-rank demon king, the berserk energy directly blasting that low-rank demon king's head to pieces. She finally made her move. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the streak of light, his heart greatly calming down. At this time, if Boya still didn't make her move, it would mean that this woman was in cahoots with these people in front of him. Then, he would have many things to guard against. Being targeted by a mid-rank demon king from such a distance was definitely not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, Boya didn't disappoint him. And the reason why this woman had waited until now to make her move and hadn't made a sound before was probably because she wanted to see his ability. If he couldn't even last 1 or 2 rounds, then she would definitely have immediately fled and wouldn't have shown herself. Killing 2 mid-rank demon kings with lightning speed made Boya believe that Yang Kai had the qualifications to cooperate with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Being targeted by a mid-rank demon king from such a distance was definitely not a good thing, but if this feather demon was a companion, then it would be a lot easier. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from within the sandstorm, as if a wounded beast was howling in grief. This high-ranked demon king, Sand Demon, wanted to trap and kill Yang Kai with a sandstorm, but he was sneak attacked by Boya. Even if his life wasn't in danger, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Just by looking at that sandstorm, one could feel his anger and pain. The sudden death of that low-rank demon king also shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at the source of the light. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai wasn't fighting alone. He actually had an ally, and it was a feather demon that gave them a headache. How could he have an ally? Wasn't he the human that the sage had brought in from the outside? He had only been in the holy city for a few days, so where did he find such a helper? It should be that bitch Boya, someone suddenly realized, immediately understanding the identity of that feather demon in the distance. Even if they didn't see Boya's shadow, feather demons were already rare, and mid-rank demon king feather demons were even rarer. Only Boya could have participated in this chaotic battle. Damn it, I think she's tired of living. She actually dared to appear in the holy city and participate in this blood battle? What are the people of the blood fighting arena doing? A group of demon kings clamored at the same time. They clearly knew Boya very well and knew her famous name. Those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings couldn't help but move closer to each other, as if they wanted to find some sense of security. Even the 2 high-rank demon kings revealed deep fear. Although Boya was only a mid-rank demon king, as long as she put some distance between them, she was enough to threaten the life of a high-rank demon king. In an environment like the blood-fighting arena, she was naturally an incomparable headache. Just as the group of demon kings were in a state of panic, another streak of light shot over like a meteor chasing after the moon. Once again, it pierced through the sandstorm, causing the sand devil to roar furiously. With the previous example, all the demon kings were on guard. Sure enough, after that streak of light pierced through the sandstorm, it didn't slow down and attacked a low-rank demon king. Fortunately, this low-rank demon king was already prepared and promptly dodged. Otherwise, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of that low-rank demon king. However, although he dodged, that streak of light strangely changed its angle and attacked another low-rank demon king the instant everyone relaxed. With a snort, the streak of light shot through the low-rank demon king's head, directly shattering it. However, that headless corpse didn't immediately collapse. The flesh around the wound squirmed, as if another head was about to grow out. As long as the demon heart wasn't extinguished, the demon race wouldn't die. This low-rank demon king's vital point wasn't his head. However, it would take some time and a large amount of yuan qi to grow a new head. Even if Boya's arrow didn't kill him, it was enough to make him lose the qualifications to fight. Bitch! That high-rank demon king blood demon looked in Boya's direction with incomparable resentment. With a flicker of his body, he rushed out, clearly preparing to find trouble with Boya. As long as he could find Boya's whereabouts and either restrain or kill her, there would be no need to worry about the power of hidden arrows. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. While the sand demon Yuan Qi was heavily injured by Boya's 2 arrows, he punched out, breaking through the sandstorm and blocking the blood demon's path. The blood demon didn't even look at him. It turned into a streak of light, wanting to rush past him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it do as it wished. However, before he could stop it, the flame demon had already pounced on him. A pair of flaming wings spread out on its back, and raging flames wrapped around its fists as if it wanted to incinerate the void. It fiercely punched down and roared. Where do you think you're going now? Yang Kai frowned. He raised Myriad's sword diagonally and met the flame demon's attack head-on. With a boom, both sides retreated a dozen or so steps. However, the blood demon had already rushed out during this short period of time. It was too late to stop it. Yang Kai pursed his lips and glanced back. He hoped that Boya could deal with it. If she really couldn't, then he could only say sorry. In any case, they weren't that familiar with each other. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Boya wasn't idle. 3 streaks of light pierced through the void in a triangular formation. At this moment, the sand demon, who had been pierced through by 2 of Boya's arrows, finally couldn't take it anymore. It retracted its divine technique and revealed itself. These 3 arrows came at just the right moment, as if they had been predicted. They arrived right in front of the sand demon the moment it revealed itself. The sand demon's eyes widened. Without much time to think, it shook its body and exploded into a cloud of loose sand. It wanted to use this technique to avoid Boya's attack. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows also exploded at the same time. Each arrow contained countless tiny iron shavings that mixed with the sand. The sand demon reformed its body once more, and even the iron shavings were absorbed into its body. Its entire body suddenly froze. It glared into the distance and roared, "Bitch!" Yang Kai was amused. Chapter 3454. Loud booms rang out incessantly as the energy in the blood-fighting arena became chaotic. Sand and pebbles were sent flying from the mountain peak, and after each strike, the mountain peak would shrink by several dozen meters. The high-rank Demon King Flame Demon wielded a fire Sakura spear. Raging flames soared to the sky, and the spear's momentum was so great that it seemed as if it would burn the entire world. Yang Kai wielded Myriad's sword to parry, fighting fiercely. He looked incomparably fierce, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage in a very short time. He had no choice but to do so, not wanting to reveal too many of his trump cards. The 2 were engaged in a fierce battle, but the other Demon Kings couldn't interfere at all. Or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. In the distance, Boya was still eyeing them covetously. How could they let their guard down? They could only wait for the blood demon to find Boya's tracks and eliminate this threat before making any further plans. After a short while, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the distance. Looking over, they saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The Demon Kings were overjoyed. They recognized that it was where Boya's arrow had come from. Such a commotion meant that the blood demon had already found Boya and was fighting with her, perhaps even killing her. The flame demon fighting against Yang Kai also relaxed. He grinned maliciously. "You will die without a burial ground." Previously, with Boya lurking nearby, he didn't dare to use his full strength. Now that the greatest threat had been eliminated, he no longer had any worries. Flames suddenly erupted from his body, and an awe-inspiring demonic chi swept out, burning fiercely toward Yang Kai. But at this moment, from the opposite direction, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly. Along with that sound, an imposing aura locked onto him. A stream of light that emitted 5 colors broke through the barrier of space and instantly blasted in front of him. The flame devil revealed a stunned expression. He never would have imagined that there would be an arrow coming from this direction. The energy fluctuations and method of this arrow clearly belonged to Boya, but what was the commotion coming from that location? Was Boya not there? In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to think and instinctively dodged. Even though he was a high-rank Demon King, he didn't dare to take Boya's arrow head-on. How could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? When this arrow came, not only was the flame demon surprised, but he was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly understood that this was probably Boya's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Although he didn't know what method Boya had used to go from one place to another, he didn't have to be too worried since she had the ability. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the flame demon was locked in place, and the expression on the flame demon's face instantly became one of shock. With a hiss, the 5-colored flowing light pierced through the flame demon's chest with incomparable precision and exited from its back, bringing with it a large amount of boiling blood that resembled magma. The flame demon roared in pain, the flames burning on its body becoming even more violent, revealing the fury in its heart. The surrounding Demon Kings, who originally thought that Boya was doomed and were about to step forward to help, all sucked in a cold breath. They all stopped in their tracks, feeling a chill run down their spines as they inwardly rejoiced. Boom, boom! Another 3 arrows flew over. 2 of the spectating demon kings had their heads blown off without a sound. The remaining arrow was still aimed at the flame demon Yang Kai was fighting. After suffering a great loss, the Balrog was already prepared. He could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow, and even though he was injured, it was not difficult for him to dodge it. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Yang Kai smile at him and growl, "Bind!" That feeling of having the space around him locked, as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The Flame Demon King's eyes widened as he desperately urged his demonic yuan to break free of this invisible seal. But before he could do as he wished, Boya's second arrow had already arrived. This arrow pierced through his abdomen, once again bringing out a large amount of blood that burned the ground. Both arrows hit the Flame Demon King's vital points. The tens of thousands of members of the demon race in the spectator stands cried out in alarm. They didn't know exactly what had happened in the blood arena. They only knew that the hidden arrows were incomparably accurate and terrifyingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as this high-rank demon king couldn't dodge them and was heavily injured. If there were a few more arrows, the Flame Demon King's life would be in danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, the third arrow had already arrived. That streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, its sharp aura aimed straight for the Flame Demon's head. Boya could clearly see that with Yang Kai's help, she didn't have to worry about her arrows being dodged. All she had to do was unleash her firepower from afar. Seeing that streak of light getting closer and closer to him while he couldn't move at all, the Flame Demon finally panicked. Although the previous 2 arrows had injured him quite badly, they weren't life-threatening. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would really be finished. His pupils constricted to the size of needles as the scorching flames all over his body converged in front of him, forming a wall of fire. The arrow light poured into the sea of flames and pierced the Flame Demon's head with a thud. However, it only pierced 5 inches into his flesh and didn't shatter his brain. The flames condensed from the Flame Demon's entire body weakened the arrow's power by more than half. The berserk power caused the Flame Demon's head to tilt back. Without waiting for him to straighten his body, Yang Kai had already raised his sword and slashed down. The myriad sword cut through the Demon King's protective demonic aura and cut into his neck. The head glared angrily as it flew into the air. Scorching hot blood spurted out like magma from the severed neck. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before quickly retreating. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he chased after the Flame Demon. The myriad sword transformed into a net of swords that enveloped the Flame Demon's body. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his sword, the Flame Demon's body had already turned into fine powder that scattered all over the sky. Thud! Only at this moment did the severed head fall from the sky, facing Yang Kai's direction. The middle-aged Demon King smiled faintly. Then I must congratulate Brother Yang. According to our investigation, before Brother Yang participated in that chaotic battle, this woman bet 100 million demon crystals on Brother Yang. According to the odds offered by the blood fighting arena, if Brother Yang were to win in the end, the blood fighting arena would have to pay 1 billion demon crystals. Saying so, he took out a space ring and shook it on his hand, smiling as he said, "I have brought the demon crystals for the compensation." Xiao Wu's gaze was immediately attracted to the space ring, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. 1 billion demon crystals, this was an unimaginable number. Although she hadn't contributed much this time, seeing Yang Kai win so much at once still made her feel proud. Chapter 3456. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "The blood fighting arena is really rich, Since you've brought it, this king won't be polite. The middle-aged demon king's smile didn't falter as he said, I ask Brother Yang to hand over your space ring so that this king can inspect it. You want to inspect my space ring? Inspect what? Yang Kai looked at him calmly. What was this guy trying to do? How could a space ring be inspected so casually? Was he trying to pick a fight? The middle-aged demon king was stunned for a moment before breaking into laughter. Looking at Brother Yang's appearance, I'm afraid you don't know the rules of the blood-fighting arena, right? What rules? Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong and raised his eyes to look at the door. The middle-aged demon king explained, It's like this. In order to make it easier for everyone to bet, the blood-fighting arena has always followed the principle of betting first and paying later. Of course, if you win, the blood-fighting arena naturally has to confirm whether you have enough magic crystals. Brother Yang, you might not be familiar with this since you're new here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They clearly didn't have magic crystals, but they still dared to bet recklessly, causing the blood-fighting arena to suffer a great loss. Since then, the lords in charge of the blood-fighting arena set this inspection rule. As long as Brother Yang has the 100 million magic crystals, this king will immediately pay the full amount. As soon as this statement came out, Xiao Wu's face paled. Others might not know about Yang Kai's situation, but how could she not? Not to mention 100 million magic crystals, Yang Kai didn't even have 1 million magic crystals on him right now. If someone wanted to inspect his space ring, how could Yang Kai possibly take it out? Xiao Wu secretly blamed herself. If she had known this would happen, she would have inquired more about the blood-fighting arena. She didn't know much about the rules of the blood-fighting arena. After all, she had never been here before and had only heard about the blood-fighting arena from hearsay. She had mentioned some things about the blood-fighting arena to Yang Kai before, but she never expected that after winning a bet, they would have to inspect his space ring. If he couldn't pass this hurdle, he would naturally break the rules of the blood-fighting arena and wouldn't be able to obtain the 1 billion magic crystals. Is there such a rule? Yang Kai's face twitched as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Judging from her expression, he knew that she probably didn't know either. Either she didn't know or the blood-fighting arena was targeting him. It's always been the case. The middle-aged demon king gently nodded, looked at Yang Kai with a smile that was not a smile, and said, Brother Yang, don't tell me you can't take out 100 million magic crystals? Yang Kai sneered. What's a mere 100 million magic crystals? However, wouldn't this inspection be a waste of time? Can't your excellency make an exception? The middle-aged demon king smiled and shook his head. The rules of the blood-fighting arena cannot be broken. This is my duty. Please forgive me, Brother Yang. Yang Kai coldly looked at him, and the other side didn't show any weakness. There was even a trace of aggressiveness in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately understood that it didn't matter whether the blood-fighting arena had such a rule or not. They were just deliberately making things difficult for him. Yang Kai immediately curled his lips and said, Since that's the case, this king doesn't want the 1 billion magic crystals. Just bring my prize over. The middle-aged demon king rubbed his forehead, seemingly having a headache, and said, Brother Yang, you are making things difficult for this king. According to the rules, if you can't take out the 100 million magic crystals, then you will break the rules of the blood-fighting arena. If you break the rules of the blood-fighting arena, then everything that happened before will be null and void. I'm afraid that the so-called prize will also... Yang Kai suddenly smiled. He had been wondering why this demon king was bothering him about the magic crystals. Turned out that he was waiting for him here. It seemed that the blood-fighting arena didn't want to hand over Li Shiqing. Do you insist on this? Kai Yang looked at him faintly, his eyes filled with eagerness. As long as the other side dared to say yes, he would immediately cause a ruckus. He could give up the 1 billion magic crystals bet, but he had to take Li Shiqing away. He absolutely couldn't back down. That woman had been brought to the demon territory for some time. Her situation wasn't good. Although she had been using a secret method to resist the demonic qi and prevent herself from becoming the demon race, who knew how long she could last? If it was too late, even if she was saved, it would be useless. The middle-aged Demon King had a playful smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the pale Xiao Wu suddenly took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, The bet was made by this servant. It has nothing to do with master. Shua Shua, Yang Kai, and the middle-aged Demon King both looked at her. The former didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while the latter's face was as calm as water. In Xiao Wu's opinion, as long as she took the bet, then Yang Kai didn't break the rules of the blood-fighting arena. Naturally, the blood-fighting arena couldn't seize the prize that belonged to Yang Kai. But if that was the case, she was afraid that she was doomed. A mere servant girl, the blood-fighting arena could do whatever they wanted. Even if she was a servant girl in Yu Rumeng's palace, it would be difficult for her to keep her life. But Yang Kai didn't want to do this. He was still hoping that the other side would give him an excuse to make trouble. Xiao Wu took the bet, so what excuse did he have? Do you know what you are saying? The middle-aged Demon King had a fierce aura as he looked at Xiao Wu. Immediately, her pale face became even paler, and the scars on her face became even more sinister. Yang Kai's figure moved and blocked in front of Xiao Wu. His eyes were cold as he said, "Your Excellency is really awe-inspiring." The middle-aged Demon King looked at Yang Kai indifferently. He was a little surprised by Yang Kai's reaction. After all, was a mere servant girl worth him standing up for? He sneered, "Brother Yang is also awe-inspiring." Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked back at Xiao Wu and said, "It's none of your business. Move to the side." But Xiao Wu raised her head and wanted to say something, but when she met Yang Kai's eyes, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in front of her and stretched his neck. Yang Kai glared at Baizhua, thinking, did this guy just come to watch the fun? The middle-aged Demon King was overjoyed when he saw this and cupped his hands again. "Master, this person has ulterior motives and intends to break the rules of the blood-fighting arena. If we do not punish him severely, I am afraid that the reputation of the blood-fighting arena will be destroyed. I beg Master to allow this subordinate to punish this person and protect the prestige of the blood-fighting arena and the holy senior." Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought to himself, this guy is really sharp-tongued. He actually raised the stakes of a battle to the level of Yu Rumeng's prestige. It's not that serious. Baizhua laughed and looked at the middle-aged Demon King. Have you checked his space ring? Are you sure he didn't bet 100 million magic crystals? The middle-aged Demon King said, he didn't, but this person refused to cooperate. He probably doesn't have that many magic crystals. Baizhua nodded when he heard this. It seems that the problem still lies with the 100 million magic crystals. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, do you have 100 million magic crystals? If you do, just take them out and let him inspect them. Yang Kai wanted to spit in his face, thinking, where would I get 100 million magic crystals? If I did, I would have taken them out long ago. Isn't this asking the obvious? Just as he was feeling indignant, he saw Baizhua wink at him and glance at his hand. Baizhua then slowly picked up his glass and sipped his blood wine, deliberately showing his space ring to Yang Kai. His cultured and refined manner, coupled with his handsome face, made Xiao Wu, who was standing at the side, stare straight at him. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly smiling, reaching out to Baizhua and saying, I remember, Brother Bai. You should return the 100 million magic crystals you borrowed from me last time. Baizhua almost spat out the wine in his mouth as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. He really wanted to ask him, when did I borrow 100 million magic crystals from you? His original intention was to ask Yang Kai to borrow 100 million magic crystals from him. In any case, he would be able to return it later. Who would have thought that Yang Kai wouldn't play by the rules and would actually play such a hand? One was borrowing, one was returning, the other was simply not the same concept. The middle-aged Demon King's eyes also widened. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Baizhua, thinking, that's not right, right? Haha. Baizhua forced out a smile and put down his wine glass. He coughed dryly and glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. He really wanted to get up and leave, no longer caring about Yang Kai's affairs. He had never seen such a shameless person before, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only follow along and say, "It's time to return it." Saying so, he actually took out another space ring and fiddled with it. The middle-aged Demon King was speechless upon seeing this. How could he not understand such a clumsy play? However, he couldn't understand why Master Baizhua would cooperate with this human. He wanted to say something to dissuade him, but he didn't have the courage to speak up. If Baizhua really wanted to protect this human, there was nothing he could do. If he spoke up at this time, he would only offend Baizhua. More importantly, Yu Sang had already left. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here. After a short while, Baizhua threw the space ring to Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai pretended not to see it and didn't even check it. He directly threw the space ring to the middle-aged Demon King opposite him and said arrogantly, "Check it!" The middle-aged Demon King pinched the space ring as if it was a hot potato and said with a sad face, "There's no need to check it." This was a space ring that Baizhua had fiddled with. Even if there wasn't a single magic crystal inside, there was still 100 million magic crystals inside. There was no need to check it. Since that's the case, shouldn't you give me my prize and the magic crystals I won? Yang Kai coldly snorted. The middle-aged Demon King didn't look at Yang Kai and instead looked at Baizhua with an awkward expression. There's no problem with the compensation of magic crystals, but the prize. As far as he knew, the human woman had only been brought here by Yu Sang to show her face and then taken away by him. She wasn't in the blood-fighting arena at this moment. If Yang Kai wanted a prize at this time, where would he get it? What's wrong with the prize? Yang Kai's expression sank. He had participated in the battle mainly for Li Shiqing. The 1 billion magic crystals were secondary. Now that he saw the Demon King stuttering, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Cold sweat seeped out of the middle-aged Demon King's forehead as he looked at Baizhua with an awkward expression. Baizhua smiled faintly and reached out to press Yang Kai. "Calm down." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door from outside. Then, the door was pushed open and a tall and sturdy demon race walked in with large strides. Judging from the aura of this demon race, he was surprisingly a high-rank Demon King. Not only that, but there was also a woman at his side. She was beautiful and tall. Who else could it be but Li Shiqing? When the middle-aged Demon King saw this, he turned pale with fright and looked at Li Shiqing in astonishment. Wasn't this woman taken away? How come she was brought back? Looking at the tall and sturdy high-rank Demon King, he understood that Baizhua and Yu Sang weren't on good terms. It was well known that this matter was a secret confrontation between the two. Now, it seemed that Baizhua had won by a small margin. For a moment, his back was dripping with cold sweat. He didn't want to get involved in a battle between half-saints. It was better to withdraw as soon as possible. After the tall and sturdy demon race walked in with Li Shiqing, he cupped his hands towards Baizhua and then turned around and walked out without saying a word. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood something. On the other side, after Li Shiqing was brought in, she looked around nervously. For her, ever since she was brought to the demon territory, she knew that she was doomed. Now, she was trying her best to prevent herself from being corroded by the demonic qi. But no matter what, she couldn't change the fact that she would eventually become a demon. Therefore, she didn't have the slightest good impression of the demon race. But as she looked around, her gaze suddenly stopped and she looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Her eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. She didn't know Yang Kai, but she could see that Yang Kai was somewhat different from the other demon race. He seemed more like a human. How could there be a human in the demon territory? Moreover, he wasn't affected by the demonic qi. Was this man also captured? But it didn't seem like it. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Yang Kai walk towards her step by step and stand 3 feet in front of her. "You!" Li Shiqing opened her mouth, but just as she spat out a word, Yang Kai suddenly slapped her. With a crisp slap, Li Shiqing's entire body flipped a few times in the air and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Wu couldn't help but open her mouth wide. That middle-aged demon king was also extremely shocked. Baiju's eyes flashed and he revealed a trace of a smile. He once again raised his wine cup and sipped the blood wine as if there was no one present. Yang Kai blinked and reached out to check her breathing with a strange expression. Sweeping her with his divine sense, he face-bombed and was speechless. Li Shiqing had actually fainted. What the hell? I didn't even say a word. I wanted to ask her something, but now I can't ask anything. Helpless, Yang Kai could only wait. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond and didn't want to listen, she immediately smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand and put it on her chest. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Kai Yang immediately became radiant with joy. Kneading and playing with it, he nodded his head and said, "You tell me, I'm listening." Yu Meng glared at him angrily and said, "I need you to go to the Cloud Shadow Continent." Cloud Shadow Continent? Yang Kai frowned. After thinking for a while, he understood the location of the Cloud Shadow Continent. Fortunately, he had studied the new map carefully before. Otherwise, he would still be confused. The Cloud Shadow Continent wasn't far from the Phantom Continent, but it wasn't close either. He needed to pass through several world gates. With his current speed and the tiger-headed chariot, he could reach it in half a day. Why are we going there? Yang Kai didn't understand. Naturally, there is a place where I need your help. That's why I brought you to the demon territory. As for what to do, someone will explain it to you when you get there. Yang Kai pondered for a while. He didn't understand why Yu Meng didn't hesitate to use the Heart Seal secret technique to get him to the demon territory. However, he was sure that she definitely had a plan. This was a good opportunity to find out her intentions. What's more, he couldn't inquire about the whereabouts of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent here. If he went somewhere else, he might have a chance. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. But on the surface, he said reluctantly, "Can I not go? Help me." Yu Meng winked at him. Yang Kai couldn't stand it. This woman was not only a demon saint, but also a succubus demon. She was the best at seducing people. A casual wink was enough to make people lose their minds. Is there a benefit? Yang Kai's breath was heavy. Yu Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She glared at Yang Kai and looked into the room. The benefit is that you can do whatever you want with the women inside. I won't care about you. What kind of bullshit benefit is that? Yang Kai curled his lips. Then what do you want? Yu Meng looked at him mischievously. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and pulled his ear. She whispered back and touched her red lips with her finger. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking at those gem-like red lips, he said, "Great!" Yu Meng pinched the flesh on his waist fiercely. Yang Kai grimaced and said, "Speaking of which, it's not a problem for you to let me go to that Cloud Shadow Continent. But what about that guy you sang? I'm afraid that he'll rob me halfway. You know that he's somewhat hostile to me. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I'll be at a disadvantage if I face him." Yu Meng said, "You don't have to worry about this." This time, he secretly took Li Shiqing out and used her to lure you to participate in the blood battle. He committed a mistake, so I've already punished him. You killed him? Yang Kai was overjoyed. He's a half-saint after all. How can he be killed so easily? Yu Meng couldn't help but laugh. If she really killed a half-saint for this kind of thing, it would shake her prestige. It wouldn't be good if the other half-saint subordinates had disloyal thoughts. It just so happens that Baizhua came back from there. I've already sent Yu Sang to the two-realm battlefield. He's not allowed to return without orders, so you don't have to worry about him finding trouble with you. That's good too, Yang Kai sneered. I'll leave him alive for a few days. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll definitely take his dog life. Then I'll wait and see. Yu Rumeng smiled gently. Chapter 3460. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he walked on the streets of the holy city with a smile on his face, reminiscing about last night's ecstasy. Yu Rumeng was indeed a succubus. All kinds of bedroom techniques made his half-dragon body almost unable to withstand them. Just that little mouth of hers almost made him beg for mercy. If not for his strong physique, he would have retreated long ago. Compared to her, the dragon lady from Shanqing Luo was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the only flaw was that he could not really take her down. Yu Rumeng was the last line of defense, and Yang Kai could do nothing about it. According to Yu Rumeng, it was not that she was unwilling, but as a demon saint, the power of the primordial Yin was enormous. Yang Kai did not have the fortune to enjoy it yet. If they really reached that stage, it might damage Yang Kai's foundation. She only told him to work hard to improve his cultivation. As long as he reached the level of a half-saint, he could really achieve the joy of having sex with her. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. When he reached the city gate, a voice suddenly came from the front. Brother Yang, your glabella is red, and your eyes are full of love. It seems that you are going to be pregnant. Yang Kai looked up and said in surprise, Brother Bai, why are you here? The person in front was Bai Zhua, whom he had just met yesterday. And looking at him, Yang Kai could not help but wonder, Brother Bai, are you waiting for me here? Bai Zhua smiled and said, Brother Yang, do you really think that the holy sage will let you go to the Cloud Shadow mainland alone? Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Brother Bai, you are going with me? Bai Zhua said, I'm only responsible for sending you over and handing over the information to the Demon King over there. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. The war situation in the two-realm battlefield is pressing, so I can't stay in the demon territory for too long. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the current situation in the two-realm battlefield, but he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much. So, he only nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai. Brother Yang, please. Bai Zhua gestured with his hand. His politeness made Yang Kai suspect that he had some ulterior motives. This guy was a half-saint. Even if he was giving face to Yu Rumeng, why would he be so polite to him? It seemed to be the same yesterday. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. After exiting the city gate, Bai Zhua was about to cast a spell to take him to the Cloud Shadow continent. But Yang Kai reached out and stopped him. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot he had just bought. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry this time. He didn't even know the purpose of going to the Cloud Shadow continent, so there was no need to rush. He could take advantage of this opportunity to try out this flight-type artifact. After a while, Yang Kai set the route and called out to Bai Zhua, Li Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to get on the war chariot. The interior of the war chariot wasn't too big, so it was just enough for the four of them. One more person wouldn't be enough. He definitely had to bring Li Shiqing with him so that it would be convenient for him to look after her. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of arousing suspicion, he would have already put Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead, which would save him a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Wu, she had been ordered by Yu Rumeng to serve Yang Kai closely. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Rumeng had sent Xiao Wu to keep an eye on him and not to fool around outside. He didn't have any objections to this. After all, she was just a maidservant. Although she looked a little ferocious, after interacting with her for a few days, he and Xiao Wu had become familiar with each other. It was better than looking for a new maidservant. After slightly activating his Emperor's core, the tiger-headed war chariot immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the nearest realm gate. Soon, Yang Kai discovered the advantage of this thing. It didn't need to be controlled much. The route was set in advance. As long as there was enough power, the tiger-headed war chariot would fly all the way to the destination. Although its speed was not as fast as Baijua's, it was definitely not slow. The power to drive the war chariot could be the Emperor's core and Devil's core, or it could be the demonic crystal. Yang Kai fiddled with the war chariot with great interest for a while before settling down. He turned to look at Baizhua, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Brother Bai, do you know why the holy sage asked me to go to the Cloud Shadow continent?" Baizhua didn't answer but asked, "Didn't the holy sage tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "She only said that when I arrived there, someone would naturally explain the situation to me." Upon hearing this, Baizhua nodded and said, "Since the holy sage said so, then it must be." He caught a glimpse of Yang Kai rolling his eyes and laughed involuntarily. "Well, then I'll reveal a little. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The Cloud Shadow continent is about to disappear." Baizhua sighed and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I'm afraid only you can stop this from happening." About to disappear. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. What's going on? How can a continent disappear inexplicably? Baizhua explained, "This disappearance is not the kind of disappearance that you understand. Strictly speaking, the Cloud Shadow continent exists no matter what, but the portal of this continent is about to close. Originally, it had 5 portals, leading to 5 different continents, but in the past 1,000 years, 4 portals have disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one, which seems to be extremely unstable now. Once the last portal disappears, the Cloud Shadow continent will completely lose contact with the Devil territory, and the Devil territory will also have 1 less territory. So, Brother Yang, do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Each of the fragmented continents in the infernal domain was equivalent to a small world. However, these small worlds were connected to each other by a realm gate. They could communicate with each other and were not independent. However, if the realm gate of any of the fragmented continents disappeared, it was equivalent to severing the possibility of communication with the outside world. It would be completely isolated. To the infernal domain, this continent was equivalent to disappearing. He said thoughtfully, "The holy sage asked me to come to the Devil territory for the Cloud Shadow continent?" Baizhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's not just for the Cloud Shadow continent. Brother Yang, you may not know, but in the past tens of thousands of years, many continents in the Devil territory have disappeared. The Cloud Shadow continent is not an exception, nor will it be the end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Many continents are like this?" Baizhua said with a serious expression. "In the territories of the holy sages, such things have happened more or less. In the past 10,000 years alone, the entire Devil territory has lost more than 10 continents. If you trace back further, the number will only increase. The space is unstable." Yang Kai's face became serious. When he first came to the Devil territory, although he was amazed by the many magical things in the Devil territory, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Only now did he understand what was wrong. The Devil territory was like a broken mirror. The fragments were originally a whole, so naturally, they could not maintain stability for long after they were broken. The disappearance of the realm gate and the continents was definitely related to this. Baizhua nodded. Brother Yang is right. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, only those who are proficient in the law of space can do it. This is also why the holy sage values you so much. Yang Kai also nodded. "I understand. In order to protect the Cloud Shadow continent, at the very least, we need to stabilize the last realm gate, right?" "That's right." Baizhua smiled. "Brother Yang, you must know that in the Devil territory, the strength of the holy sage and half-saint like me is closely related to the size of the territory under our control. The larger the territory under our control, the more continents we have, and the stronger our strength." "What's the reason for this?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. Baizhua smiled but did not say anything, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and was too lazy to waste his breath. He just frowned and pondered. Just as Baizhua said, the strength of a holy sage was closely related to the size of the territory under their control. The Cloud Shadow continent might just be the beginning. Once he could stabilize the only realm gate and protect the Cloud Shadow continent, Yu Meng might let him search for the missing continents. This was not nonsense. With his attainments in the law of space, shattering the void was a piece of cake. As long as he could determine the location of the previous realm gate, he might be able to find the missing continents. And once he found the missing continents and rebuilt the realm gate, Yu Meng's strength would also increase. Just as he was pondering, Baizhua suddenly spoke. Yang Kai also raised his head. His Emperor Qi surged, and the tiger-head chariot came to a sudden stop. With a whoosh, a stream of light shot out in front of them. It turned out that someone had launched a sneak attack, but that person did not have any malicious intent. The previous attack was only meant to stop the tiger-head chariot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the void 1,000 feet away. A pair of white wings spread out behind her back and a bow in her hand waved vigorously in his direction with a smug smile on her face. Boya! Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was just wondering who had launched a sneak attack on him, but he did not expect it to be this woman. That day in the blood-fighting arena, this woman had left without giving Yang Kai the slightest time to respond, but today she had taken the initiative to block his path. Could it be that she was here for the 10% bet? She was probably going to be disappointed. So it's this girl. Baizhua obviously recognized Boya and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, if possible, it would be good to subdue her. Once you go to the Cloud Shadow continent, she may be able to help you a little." From the Phantom Continent to the Cloud Shadow Continent, one had to pass through 5 realm gates and pass through 4 different continents. Along the way, it was quite peaceful. In less than half a day, the group arrived at the Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the World Gate, Yang Kai turned his head back and frowned slightly. He found that the realm gate here was indeed as Baizhua had said. It was a little unstable. Ordinary realm gates spanned across the void and didn't change for tens of thousands of years. However, the realm gate on the Cloud Shadow Continent would ripple from time to time, like a bubble that could burst at any time. Chapter 3462. According to Yang Kai's calculations, in less than 100 years, this realm gate would collapse. At that time, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely isolated, losing contact with the greater environment of the demon territory. Furthermore, the further one went, the more unsafe this realm gate would become. Who knows, one might accidentally fall into the void when passing through it, drifting in the void crevices and unable to find a way out. Realm gates were also a type of void passageway, and this kind of unstable realm gate would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yang Kai. He could use it to study the laws of space and comprehend the secrets of space. However, now was obviously not the time. Since he had come to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still needed to meet with the various experts of this mainland. After all, there might be many things that he would need their cooperation in the future. Looking down from the sky, the Cloud Shadow mainland was not small, and one could not see the end of it. From the map that he had just obtained yesterday, it could be seen that the Cloud Shadow mainland was above average in terms of size within the entire demon territory. It was not inferior to most other mainlands. It was only because of the realm gate that the number of talents here had withered. There were only 10 high-rank demon kings overseeing this mainland, and less than 300 demon kings below high rank. After all, no one knew when the realm gate of this mainland would disappear, and once it did, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely cut off from the outside world, and no one would be able to enter or leave. Therefore, those who had the slightest bit of connections or were aware of the dangers had long left this mainland and gone to other places to make a living. Those who stayed behind either had other plans or had no connections. In addition, because of the war with the astral boundary, the Cloud Shadow mainland had also been mobilized by the demon race. Therefore, at this time, there were only 4 high-rank demon kings left, and less than 100 demon kings of other ranks. This information was also unintentionally revealed by Baizhua while they were chatting. In the center of the Cloud Shadow mainland, there was a vast city. Within the city, there were rows upon rows of buildings, arranged in picturesque disorder. Millions of members of the demon race lived in this city. This city was known as the Cloud Shadow City, the most prosperous place in the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. It was also the center of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. Perhaps they had already received the news. When the tiger-headed chariot passed through the clouds and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city, there were already more than 30 demon kings waiting respectfully. 3 of them stood in front while the rest followed behind. When Baizhua and the others got off the chariot, they all cupped their fists and saluted. "Greetings, master." Baizhua nodded slightly, glanced at them, and raised his eyebrows. "Why are there only 3 of you? Where's Lai Kuang?" The Cloud Shadow mainland had 4 high-rank demon kings, but here, there were only 3 of them. The last one, Lai Kuang, was nowhere to be seen. A high-rank demon king in the middle immediately said, "Lai Kuang sent a message saying that he was delayed by some matters on the way. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to arrive." Baizhua declined to comment. While he was asking, Yang Kai was also observing the 3 high-rank demon kings. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a shadow demon. Her figure was erratic, and her face was shrouded in a black aura, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. The high-rank demon king who spoke was a little old, and his vitality was already showing signs of decline. The other one was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a pale face. This was great news. These people didn't have the ability nor the opportunity to leave the Cloud Shadow mainland. Once the last realm gate disappeared, they would definitely be buried with the Cloud Shadow mainland. They had thought that there was no hope for them in this life, but they didn't expect that a light would suddenly shine in the darkness. The old demon king said excitedly, "My king, are you serious?" The other 2 high-rank demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, looking expectant. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, "How can this be false? There's no benefit in lying to you." The female shadow demon said, "If my king can really protect the last realm gate and not lose it, then the entire continent will be reborn. This subordinate will definitely follow master. Even if it means going through water and treading on fire, I won't hesitate." The female demon king's voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, making people feel refreshed. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from her. Thinking about what Baizhua had said before, he somewhat understood what this woman was thinking. Protecting the Cloud Shadow mainland was equivalent to protecting their lives and future. How could she not take it seriously? The pale-faced middle-aged demon king frowned and said, "My king, it's not that I doubt you, but if you want to protect the realm gate and not lose it, then you must be proficient in the law of space. But as far as I know, no one in our territory has this ability. May I ask where my king's confidence comes from?" Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "No one in your territory is proficient in the law of space, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I forgot to tell you, I am a human." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the void in front of him. 10 feet away, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared, with an imposing manner that could swallow the entire world. Chapter 3464. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Een stood solemnly, gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, There were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon general. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The three high-rank demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, "This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City." Lao Ke's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when? This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter and give your Majesty an explanation." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary and he has a lot of people. Today, I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City." Hearing this, Lao Ke couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, "This king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders. Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately." Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, "Yes, very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. Master Yu Sang thinks so highly of you. If you control the Cloud Shadow mainland, it will only be a matter of time before you become a half-saint. Ha 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 ha. Lai Kuang couldn't help but laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a half-saint. He raised his hand and said, "It's still too early to talk about this. What we need to do now is to complete Master Yu Sang as soon as possible." Before he could finish, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "How dare you!" With a single slap, the table was smashed to pieces. Wine splashed everywhere as he soared into the sky. With a loud boom, A hole was smashed through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Only at this moment did the demon kings in the Great Hall realize that something was wrong. There seemed to be many auras outside, and they actually surrounded this place. Without hesitation, more than 20 demon kings flew into the sky and passed through the hole. At this moment, in the sky above the mansion, tens of thousands of demon race experts were scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a gloomy face. He swept his gaze around and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. A trace of obvious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Star. One figure after another flew over and appeared behind him. They were none other than his subordinates. For pairs of eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and sized up the high-rank demon king in front of him. He was indeed extraordinary. His blood energy was extremely dense and impressive. He was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ku and the others. It seemed that Boya's information was correct. This guy was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang was obviously stunned. However, after seeing Lao Ku and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. This was that human prince? They were just talking about him. He didn't expect to meet him so soon, and under such circumstances at that. As if sensing the playfulness in Yang Kai's eyes, he knew that this guy didn't come with good intentions. He simply pretended not to know and pointed his halberd in front of him. He angrily shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Yang Kai faintly smiled. This king was conferred the title of prince by the saint, the ruler of Cloud Shadow Mainland. "Who are you? Prince? Where did this prince come from?" Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and grinned. "This king has never heard of you. As for me, I am Lai Kuang. Since this guy didn't come with good intentions, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He might as well take this opportunity to take his life. Then, even if the saint investigated, he could say that Yang Kai was rude." Yang Kai tilted his head. "Lai Kuang, I remember now. This king has a subordinate called Lai Kuang, but I haven't met him. What evidence do you have?" Lai Kuang sneered. Chapter 3466. With a clanging sound, the mountains and rivers bell fell. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang both disappeared, suppressed by the bell. Lao Ku, Carson, and Een were all dumbfounded. After Lai Kuang's subordinates steadied themselves, they all frowned and stared at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks on their faces. From the looks of it, that human probably wanted to fight Lai Kuang alone with Master Lai Kuang. Otherwise, why would he use such a treasure right from the start? But where did that guy get his confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was an upper-rank demon king, he was only one step away from half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and enough time, he would definitely be able to become a half-saint. Even Lao Ku and the others, who were also upper-rank demon kings, admitted that they were not his match. How could a mere mid-rank demon king be so daring? He must be tired of living. Even if they thought with their toes, all the demon kings could predict what would happen next. It could only be that the human would be killed by Master Lai Kuang on the spot. There was no other possibility. One of the mid-rank demon king glanced at Lao Ku and the others indifferently and waved his hand. More than 20 of Lai Kuang's subordinates immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the mountains and rivers bell. They clearly did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. Seeing this, Lao Ku and the others' faces darkened. They were not worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wanted to die, there was nothing they could do. However, this mid-rank demon king's attitude of not putting them in his eyes was infuriating. But that was it. There was nothing more to it. Carson and Een looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The human prince had only been here for a few days and he was already killed by Lai Kuang. It would be difficult to explain to the saint. Compared to this, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would find trouble with them later. For a moment they were deeply worried. They felt that they had been implicated by Yang Kai this time. Inside the mountains and river's bell, there was only a space of 20 meters. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood facing each other, the former shaking his head and stretching his muscles, while the latter glared at Yang Kai angrily. Although his life wasn't in danger, Lai Kuang was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His expression was ferocious. Although he was angry, Yang Kai's mind was still clear. Turning his head to look around and using his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood his current situation and could not help sneering. "Human, you're quite bold, daring to act like this." To be honest, what Yang Kai had just done was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said lightly, "You are quite bold. This king is ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow. Since you have entered the city, why don't you come to pay your respects? Who do you think you are? You are qualified for me to pay my respects to you." Lai Kuang sneered and raised his arms. He glared and shouted, "You have offended Master Yu Sang. Do you think you still have a way out?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yu Sang has been sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the Saint. Don't you know?" This confirmed that Lai Kuang was indeed close to the Lanyuan continent. Bai Zhua had said before that the Lanyuan continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard this. His eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai sneered, "Looks like you really don't know anything." If he knew something, he would not have reacted this way. Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Master Yu Sang is deeply trusted by the Saint and is regarded as his right-hand man. How could he be sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the Saint? As for you, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life today." "I'll return your words to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I have just arrived here and my foundation is shallow. I want to gather some help. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, it would be a pity to kill you. If you can open your mind and let me plant my soul brand, I can spare your life today." Lai Kuang laughed. "Ignorant child, shameless boasting." He looked around and said, "You are relying on this treasure?" "Yes, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Although this king has not tried it, I know that it will not be easy to break it. However, your mistake is that you should not have stayed here with this king. In this space of 20 feet, if this king wanted to kill you, where can you hide?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly. "I will give you one last chance. Submit or die." Lai Kuang's face turned cold and he shouted, "I want you dead." As soon as his voice fell, his demonic chi surged as he rushed towards Yang Kai, like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage, unstoppable. Yang Kai did not seem to notice, standing in place and looking at him with a smile. Lai Kuang frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but he did not show any signs of resistance. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gathered a bit more strength and punched out with all his strength. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a large figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Before he could see clearly what it was, a fist the size of a door came at him. The fist had not yet arrived, but it gave Lai Kuang a feeling that he could not block it. It was as if what was coming at him was not a fist, but a mountain. In a flash, Lai Kuang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his innate divine technique, causing his body to glow with a golden light, giving off a feeling that he was invulnerable. With a loud bang, under Lai Kuang's disbelieving gaze, he was sent flying by an irresistible force. Golden light flashed wildly from his body as he slammed into the wall of the mountains and river's bell with a loud clanging sound. His internal organs and blood churning, Lai Kuang struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes trembled as he looked up, clearly seeing what had injured him. It was a 10-jang-tall stone giant. Its entire body was burning with evil flames, and its body was covered with stone spikes. An aura that made him feel fear was emitted from the evil flames. A divine spirit. There were divine spirits in the demon territory, and some of them were so strong that even a half-saint would have to retreat. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the divine spirit in front of him, he knew that it was not something he could fight against. Excruciating pain came from his arms. His opponent's punch had already shattered his arms, and even a few of the bones in his chest had been broken. If he had not been born as a golem and had his innate magical powers, that punch alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Lai Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart was filled with unease. Compared to the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was more confused about how it appeared here. Obviously, there was only him and Yang Kai here just now, and this place had been sealed off by some unknown artifact, so how could it have entered? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was in turmoil, the avatar shook its head and said, "I can't use it." Although the mountains and rivers bell could change its size, this space was only 20 feet wide, and he felt that his hands and feet were tied. Yang Kai slowly walked out from behind the avatar and said with a smile, "Don't complain. Just put up with it." With his current strength, dealing with Lai Kuang was a piece of cake. But if he really fought him alone, it would take some effort. His main purpose here tonight was to intimidate the Cloud Shadow Demons, so it was better to finish this battle as soon as possible. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen outside? Hearing this, the avatar did not say anything else and strode towards Lai Kuang. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he followed closely behind. Lai Kuang's heart was filled with danger. He knew that if he did not deal with this properly today, he would really die here. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai grasped the void with one hand and a long spear appeared in his palm. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai roared angrily as he pushed his demonic chi and fiercely thrust the spear behind him. The power of this spear was exerted with all his strength, and it felt like it could shatter heaven and earth. A fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as he could break this treasure, he would be able to receive the help of his subordinates outside, and the situation would be reversed. Even if he could not, he would still be able to escape. This was undoubtedly his only way out. With a rumble, the mountains and rivers bell shook, but it was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Lai Kuang was pushed back by the rebounding force. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had really underestimated the level of this treasure. His full-powered spear attack was actually unable to shake it. This was undoubtedly a saint artifact-level treasure. This human whose strength was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king. How could he possess such a treasure? Even though life and death were on the line, Lai Kuang could not help but feel jealous. But at this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, an indescribable force enveloped Lai Kuang, making his body feel as heavy as 10,000 caddies, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, strands of dark red aura uncontrollably escaped from his limbs and pores, gathering in the embodiment's large hand. What kind of damned secret technique is this? Lai Kuang turned pale with fright. He clearly sensed that his strength was being absorbed by the other through space. Although the speed was not too fast, if this dragged on for too long, his foundation would definitely be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to advance any further in his cultivation. It would be good enough if he could maintain his realm as a high-rank demon king. Shocked, he turned his spear, wanting to break through the embodiment's secret technique. But at this moment, Yang Kai attacked from the side. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his entire body was filled with draconic might. This caused Lai Kuang's heart to pound, realizing that he had underestimated this human from the beginning. Looking over, it was as if he could see the figure of a giant dragon curled up behind Yang Kai. In his days, Yang Kai had broken through the defense he was so proud of, leaving a 5-finger mark on his body. Normally, this kind of injury would only be a small one, but under the effects of the embodiment's secret technique, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Even though Lai Kuang reacted quickly and used his demonic chi to quickly seal the wound, his momentum still fell in this short moment. Chapter 3467. As the central city of the continent, Cloud Shadow City was always bustling with noise and excitement. But tonight, the city that should have been bustling with noise was strangely quiet. The news that the city palace had mobilized more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and tens of thousands of demon generals to surround a mansion had spread like wildfire. Many members of the demon race had no idea what was going on, so they hid and watched from afar. However, there were some members of the demon race who knew that it was Lai Kuang's mansion. Lai Kuang had just entered the city a day ago, and now the city palace had mobilized so many people. Were they going to attack Lai Kuang? How could Clark be so bold? Or perhaps this was all the doing of the new prince? No matter what, there would be a good show to watch tonight. Those of the demon race who had a bit of strength could feel that the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to change tonight. The entire Cloud Shadow City was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere. Outside Lai Kuang's mansion, the mountains and rivers bell was suppressing a large area. Lao Ku and the others were watching from afar, while Lai Kuang's 20 demon king subordinates were frowning. Ever since the treasure had trapped the human and master Lai Kuang within, it had already been half the time it took to brew a pot of tea. As for what had happened inside, they had no idea. All they could hear was some vague sounds coming from within. The fact that the human could last so long under Lai Kuang's master's attack was beyond their expectations. In their minds, with Lai Kuang's strength, he would be able to quickly take down the human and escape from the treasure. But in reality, the movements inside showed the intensity of the battle. Their initial calm had disappeared, and the 20-plus demon king's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lai Kuang's master wouldn't meet with any mishap inside. Would he? After all, the treasure belonged to the human, but they hadn't sensed any signs of the treasure's power being activated. The bell seemed to be only used to block the outside world's view. They tried hard to cast this thought away, and firmly believed that Lai Kuang's master couldn't even deal with a human. They waited quietly. At the same time, inside the mountains and rivers bell, Lai Kuang's eyes were wide open in anger as he frantically fled like a stray dog. But where could he escape to in a mere 20 zhang radius? He never thought that he would fail so miserably. At first, he didn't put the human in his eyes, but when they really fought, he realized that the human strength wasn't any lower than his own. And with the help of that strange divine spirit, Lai Kuang was beaten to the point of no return. His originally tall and sturdy figure had already shriveled up like a dried fish. His body had lost a great deal of blood essence, and this was all thanks to the Saint Spirit. He didn't know what kind of evil technique the Saint Spirit had cultivated, but it actually had the effect of devouring everything. Every time a wound appeared on his body, a large amount of blood would gush out and be devoured by the Saint Spirit. It wasn't a big deal if it happened once or twice, but once it happened too many times, Lai Kuang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he could feel that his foundation had been damaged. His cultivation of high-grade Devil King had already dropped to mid-grade, and there was no way for him to recover. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and there was only darkness in front of him. Seeing Yang Kai once again blocking his path and grabbing at him with his sharp fingers, Lai Kuang hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "I surrender. I surrender. Please spare my life, Master. Lai Kuang is willing to follow Master and serve Master with my life. If he delayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life." At this time, integrity and reputation weren't important. Saving his life was the most important thing. Yang Kai's dragon claw stopped in front of Lai Kuang's neck. He tilted his head and saw the unwillingness in Lai Kuang's eyes. He grinned. "It's too late. If you surrender now, what use do I have for you?" If Lai Kuang was an upper-class demon king at his peak, Yang Kai would still be interested in recruiting him. But Lai Kuang had been devoured by the Dharmakaya using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. His strength had dropped greatly, and there was no way for him to recover. There was no point in taking him in. Lai Kuang didn't cherish the opportunity he was given and was forced into a corner. How could there be such a good thing in the world? By the time he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already made a grabbing motion. As the light flashed, the mountains and rivers bell spun and quickly shrank. All the members of the demon race who were looking at this place couldn't help but perk up. Lai Kuang's 20 subordinates were even more excited. Boya's eyelids twitched. She really didn't dare to look, afraid that she would see something she didn't want to see. The soul puppet wasn't bad in Yang Kai's hands. At least in the past few days, Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her. Nor did he make her do anything she didn't want to do. But if the soul puppet fell into Lai Kuang's hands, Boya was sure that her life would be worse than death. So even though she knew that the chances were slim, she still prayed that Yang Kai could create a miracle and appear in front of her alive. When the mountains and rivers bell rose into the air, the sealed space was finally exposed to the eyes of the demon race. Lao Ku and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Lai Kuang's 20 or so demon king subordinates, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation and disbelief. A chill ran down their spines. Boya was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes as hard as she could, as if to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. Yang Kai really was alive. Not only was he alive, there wasn't a single wound on his body. He stood there majestically, holding a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. A shriveled corpse was propped on the tip of the spear. The corpse looked like it had been dead for countless years. It was so shriveled that it didn't even look human. But from its face and body, one could still see Lai Kuang's shadow. Its dull eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. And that 2-meter-long spear was obviously Lai Kuang's demon treasure. Lai Kuang was actually dead? Everyone felt like their hearts were being hammered by a sledgehammer. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt like they were in a dream. How could Lai Kuang die? How could the ending be like this? Among the 4 high-rank demon kings in Cloud Shadow Mainland, Lai Kuang was the strongest. Even if he encountered another high-rank demon king, he would be fine. And the cultivation Yang Kai displayed was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. According to the human race's classification, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It was impossible for him to kill Lai Kuang without suffering any injuries. Was it the work of that bell-shaped artifact? Although the bell didn't show any signs of releasing its power, who knew what kind of strange abilities it had? Perhaps it was the power of that bell that allowed Yang Kai to achieve this. What made these demon race even more horrified was what kind of secret art Yang Kai had cultivated to actually turn Lai Kuang into a dried corpse. It was not hard to imagine that Lai Kuang had undoubtedly suffered extremely tragic torture before his death. Even his vitality had been completely drained away. And such a secret art would undoubtedly be called a demonic art by the human race. No wonder this guy betrayed the star boundary. With such a demonic art, how could there be a place for him in the star boundary? Yang Kai held Lai Kuang's dried corpse with his spear and looked around coldly. The 20 or so demon kings gathered around him all took a few steps back. They all felt a fierce aura rush towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. Lai Kuang, how dare you steal my treasure and ruin my Cloud Shadow's reputation? You even disobeyed my orders and disobeyed my orders. This king will behead you today. Please take this as a warning. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi. His voice spread far and wide. Almost all the demon race in Cloud Shadow City heard it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his hand and nailed Lai Kuang's dried corpse to the top of the tallest building in the city. A strong wind blew, causing the dried corpse to sway. Its angry eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, causing the demon race members to tremble in fear. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the 20 or so demon kings around him and shouted, Lai Kuang's subordinates, you disrespected your superiors and aided the evildoer. I should have killed you all, but since you were just following orders, I will spare your lives for the time being. I will make a decision after the investigation. Waving his hand, Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku, Kusen, Yin, and the others with a burning gaze. Take them all down. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Lao Ku and the others couldn't help but shudder. The gentle impression they had of Yang Kai when they first met him 2 days ago was completely overturned. They had thought that this human was just a sheep pretending to be strong. But who would have thought he was actually a hungry wolf? Tonight's events had instantly exposed his true colors. With Lai Kuang's example as an example, Lao Ku and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Even Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in an extremely short period of time. How could they be a match for him? If they really angered him, their future days would definitely be difficult. Therefore, when the order was given, Lao Ku and the others only hesitated for a moment before waving their hands and saying, "Do it!" In an instant, more than 40 demon kings moved out and pounced on Lai Kuang's subordinates. Lai Kuang's subordinates were still in a daze. They hadn't recovered from the shock of Lai Kuang's death. When they heard Yang Kai's harsh words, they immediately panicked. However, although their numbers weren't small, Lao Ku and the others had twice as many people as them. Furthermore, there were 3 high-rank demon kings overseeing them. Therefore, most of the demon kings stood there with gloomy expressions, allowing Lao Ku and the others to seal their cultivations and capture them. Only 2 or 3 demon kings, who were either panicking or truly loyal to Lai Kuang, actually rose up and broke out of the encirclement in anger. After the myriad demon pills were collected, Yu Sang would definitely share some of the profits as a reward. The more people he accepted, the more rewards he would naturally give. Since Lai Kuang was working for him, why would he accept others? How is this nest of myriad demons formed? Why does it exist in more than 80% of the continents? Yang Kai asked curiously. This question stumped Lao Ku and the others. They also did not know how the nest of myriad demons was formed, but since ancient times, the various continents in the demon territory were like this, and they were already used to it. Furthermore, it was normal for them to be able to collect myriad demon pills in the nest of myriad demons. If they wanted to find the reason, they would probably have to ask the half-saint or even the Saint Venerables. Seeing that they did not know, Yang Kai did not bother to make things difficult for them. He asked a few more questions about the myriad demon pills, and found out that the frequency and quantity of these things were collected was different in every continent. The Cloud Shadow continent basically only collected them once every 10 years or so. Each time, there would be dozens to hundreds of myriad demon pills, and the quantity was not constant, fluctuating. Even if they had a chance to obtain myriad demon pills, they would have taken them immediately to strengthen themselves. In addition, Yang Kai could also capture more demon kings and throw them into the small sealed world bead for the embodiment to devour. Although the effect was not as good as taking myriad demon pills, it was still not bad. Leaving the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai waited quietly in his room for a while before Yin brought him a large amount of information about the world gate. Yang Kai spent an hour going through the information, pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the door. "Master!" Xiao Wu, who was guarding outside the door, hurriedly saluted, her eyes shining like stars. Yang Kai nodded gently, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look at the room beside him with a strange expression and asked, "How long have you been in there?" "What?" Xiao Wu did not understand. "Boya." Yang Kai glanced at her. Only then did Xiao Wu understand and said, "She has been here since last night." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he hurriedly walked to the door and pushed it open. This was Li Shiqing's room. In order to make it easier to take care of her, Yang Kai deliberately arranged for her to stay in the room next to his. These days, Li Shiqing had been well behaved, perhaps because she was afraid of Yang Kai, so she had been staying in her room and not coming out. But even though she did not come out, someone went to look for her. At this moment, Boya was in her room, sitting next to Li Shiqing. Boya was holding her hand and talking about something, but no one knew what she was talking about. What made Yang Kai feel a chill run down his spine was that Boya, this slut, actually had a look of affection in her eyes. She's hopeless. Hearing the movement, the two women in the room turned to look. Li Shiqing instinctively shuddered and hid behind Boya. She was really afraid of Yang Kai to the extreme. Boya, on the other hand, let out a dissatisfied grunt, as if she was angry that something good had been disturbed. In order to protect the portal, Yang Kai had to at least figure out why the portal had always existed. Logically speaking, that kind of thing should have been smoothed out under the effect of the law of heaven and earth. But in fact, there were many continents in the Devil territory. Every continent had at least 2 or 3 portals, and at most a dozen portals. It was extremely strange. So no matter what, he had to make a trip to the only surviving portal. On the one hand, he could check it out. On the other hand, he could use the unstable portal to comprehend the power of space. If he could make further progress in the law of space, that would be the best. Yang Kai said again, "Lao Ku, your subordinate is here." Lao Ku answered and stepped forward. "Go back to the Cloud Shadow City and bring Boya here." Although he had warned Li Shiqing to be careful of Boya, who knew if that woman Boya would still have designs on Li Shiqing after he left, it was better to bring her here. Moreover, he had to comprehend the secret of the Realm Gate and would have no time to be distracted. He could not trust Lao Ku and the others too much. Only Boya could take on the responsibility of protecting him when he was concentrating on studying the Realm Gate. With the soul puppet in hand, he was not afraid that Boya would have second thoughts. Lao Ku accepted the order and left. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and turned to look at Carson and Ian. He said, "I've always wanted to ask you, can you buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir?" The Infinite Demon's Elixir was very useful for Dharmakayas, but the amount needed was too much. If it could be bought, it would save a lot of trouble. Now that he was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, it could be said that everything here was under his control. With the current situation of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still had the financial resources to buy some Infinite Demon's Elixirs. It's possible, but it's not easy to buy. Carson frowned. Every Demon King needs it. Once they get their hands on it, they will consume it and refine it immediately. Ian also said, "In the past, every time we collected the Infinite Demon's Elixir, we could get 1 or 2, but we never saved any and used them very quickly." After a pause, she said, "Your Majesty, do you want to buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir?" Yang Kai nodded. "I do have this idea." Ian said, "Then I advise your Majesty not to buy it. It's ridiculously expensive." "How expensive?" Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. Ian replied, 50 to 80 million top-grade magic crystals for 1 elixir, and there's a price but no supply. Yang Kai could not help but grit his teeth. He had thought that the 1 billion magic crystals he had won from the blood-fighting arena was already quite valuable, but according to what Ian said, he could only buy a dozen Infinite Demon's Elixirs, and he might not even be able to buy it. And if he threw the 1 billion magic crystals to Dharmakayas to devour and refine, the effect might not be much worse than taking the Infinite Demon's Elixir. This was really bad news. It made Yang Kai suddenly lose interest in buying the Infinite Demon's Elixir. Even if he could mobilize the resources of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, he was afraid that he would not be able to buy much. Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss the two, and then he flew toward the portal. Standing in front of it, he carefully looked at it, unable to hide the shock on his face. The portal could be said to be a huge void corridor. The chaotic and nothingness aura inside was fluctuating, giving people a very dangerous feeling. It actually launched an attack at the same time as Yang Kai, causing the two ambush points in the Blue Plains continent to be nearly paralyzed. What she saw next made her even more certain that this stone giant was Yang Kai's doing. This was because the demon race's existences below the Demon King's level were rapidly drying up. First, it was the Demon General. Under the devouring of the invisible territory, their bodies quickly dried up. Then, it was the Demon Marshal. This made Boa think of Lai Kuang's corpse that was hung high up in the mansion. It was very similar to what she was seeing now. So that's how it was. That night, the reason why Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in such a short period of time was because of this stone giant. It was because it had devoured all of Lai Kuang's blood essence, turning him into a dried corpse. He died with his eyes wide open. Boa's eyes lit up. With this kind of help, no one below the half-saint level could defeat him. No wonder Yang Kai was so fearless. Just as Boa was paying attention to the battle situation of the Avatar, Yang Kai was also massacring the demon race. The power demon guarding this place was already dead. The remaining mid- and low-tier Demon King and Demon General couldn't stop him from killing. In just a few breaths of time, over 1,000 demon race members were utterly defeated. More than half of the Demon King level existences were dead, and the Demon Marshal and Demon General were also dead. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the remaining demon race members didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Yang Kai casually killed a few of the fleeing demon race members and didn't pursue them. He collected the corpses of the demon race members and prepared them for the Avatar to devour. At the same time, he turned his head and looked 100 miles away. The Avatar had also made his move. It was a one-sided battle. If 4 or 5 high-tier Demon Kings joined forces, they might be able to somewhat restrain the Avatar. However, there was only one high-tier Demon King on the other side. It was impossible for them to interfere with the Avatar. The Avatar was released when he got out of the tiger-headed war chariot. Otherwise, with Boa's ability, there was no way she wouldn't have sensed it. Moreover, the Avatar was born in the Stone Mongoose race and was naturally proficient in Earth Escape technique. He approached the ambush point from underground without leaving a trace. Such a surprise attack was indeed successful. Yang Kai lightly sneered and glanced at the realm gate. Sure enough, he saw that the demon race members were in chaos. There was no way they wouldn't have noticed the commotion on the two battlefields. It was obvious that they had seen something. He wasn't too concerned about Kursan's death. To him, the more casualties there were in the demon race, the better. Of course, Kursan was now his subordinate. It would be best if he didn't die. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Takaro said, after today the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-rank Demon King. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Takaro was a high-rank Demon King, Yang Kai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand." Tu Chao Luo was different from Lao Ku and the others. Lao Ku, Kusan, and Yin were relatively clean, and Yang Kai had Yu Ru Meng's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Chao Luo was Yu Sang's subordinate, so how could Yang Kai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Takaro's life would be in Yang Kai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Takaro's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, "Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future." Yang Kai snorted, "If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry." Takaro's face twitched. He thought to himself, "You are not in a hurry, but I am." At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Takaro could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yang Kai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Takaro clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I will do as Master says. This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoluo to relax. Staring at Yang Kai for a moment, Tu Qiaoluo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand in Takaro's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Takaro's face. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, "That guy was turned over by you?" Yang Kai glanced at her. "You saw through it?" Boa sneered. "If not, why would you deliberately block my attack?" She was not a fool and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, she had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yang Kai and Takaro were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. As long as he could refine this origin, he would really be able to completely control this continent and become the master of this continent. Yang Kai didn't know why this origin had mysteriously appeared, but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If the embodiment could really refine this origin, then the Cloud Shadow mainland would really be his territory in the future, and not just a title given by Uruming. The embodiment obviously also realized that this was an opportunity. There was no need for him to communicate with Yang Kai, and he had already begun to try to accept and refine this ball of origin. The origin showed no signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it had appeared on its own, it was obviously attracted by some kind of force. Yang Kai guessed that it should be the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique performed by the embodiment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was called an evil technique in the astral world, and it was not tolerated in the world. But it was exactly what the devil territory wanted. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperors could be born in the devil territory, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the origin, swallowed it into his stomach, and performed a spell to refine it. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that the connection between the embodiment and the nest of myriad demons, as well as the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, had become closer. And this close connection further confirmed his previous observation. The nest of myriad demons was really devouring the power of the billions of creatures in the entire continent and transforming these powers into myriad demons' pills. Then, unintentionally, the embodiment devoured the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered in the nest of myriad demons while refining the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai observed for a while, and then he calmed his mind. Yang Kai tried for a long time before he finally found a reliable solution. With his own attainments in the law of space, he eliminated the influence of heaven and earth on the realm gate, stabilizing it. However, this method only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Perhaps the realm gate would be stable for a few years, but it definitely wouldn't be stable for long. Yang Kai estimated that within 1,000 years, it would have problems again. If he wanted to solve it completely, his attainments in the law of space would have to be further improved. However, Yang Kai couldn't care so much about what would happen after 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of this land, he wouldn't have cared so much about this matter. After this realm gate was stabilized, Yang Kai didn't stay idle. Since he had already done so, he might as well restore the other realm gates that had disappeared, in case Yusang really returned from the two-realm battlefield one day and he was stuck in the Cloud Shadowland. As long as he restored the other realm gates, even if Yusang returned, he could escape through the other realm gates. The other realm gates had disappeared long ago, and it wouldn't be easy to restore them. Fortunately, Yang Kai already had experience. Even if it was a little troublesome, it wouldn't deviate from the original principle. This time, there was no need to seal the realm gates. Even Lao Ku and the others were sent back by him, and he went alone to the places where the realm gates had disappeared. A person could survive without a hand or even limbs, but what if all the internal organs were to disappear one by one? The continents that disappeared one by one were equivalent to an organ in the demon territory. Once enough continents disappeared, it would affect the survival of the entire demon territory. Could the demon race invading the star boundary be related to this? With the disappearance of the demon territory, the demon race had no place to stay. Naturally, they had to find a new place to stay, and the star boundary was their target. Thinking about this, Yang Kai's face turned pale. If his guess was true, then the demon territory wouldn't be as simple as an invasion. It would be an irreconcilable situation with the star boundary. There was a limit to how many creatures the star boundary could accommodate. The demon race's population was huge, and the star boundary might not even be able to accommodate them, let alone leave a place for the creatures of the star boundary. No wonder the demon saint agreed to the Great Emperor's suggestion so easily, forbidding all the Great Emperors from interfering in the war of the two realms. Firstly, they were afraid that too much power would destroy the stability of the star boundary. Secondly, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to reduce the population of the demon race. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and the expression on his face kept changing. The embodiment didn't stay idle, and had already brought him through the void ravine that stretched for hundreds of miles, arriving at another fragment of the continent. Only then did Yang Kai restrain his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this now. Even if he guessed right, so what? He still couldn't stop the invasion of the demon territory. For now, he should first understand the situation of the Scarlet Blood continent. He originally hoped that the Scarlet Blood continent would bring him some benefits, but now, it seemed that this continent had withered and declined after leaving the demon territory. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. After another day of investigation, the situation was exactly the same as before. This fragment of the continent was also deathly silent. Yang Kai was in a daze, but the embodiment seemed to have discovered something. He stared at Yang Kai and softly said, "Nest of 1,000 demons." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the embodiment's words made sense. If it weren't for his discovery in the nest of 1,000 demons, he might not have thought of this. But because he had discovered some secrets in the nest of 1,000 demons, coupled with the miserable state of the mummified corpses, Yang Kai felt that the culprit behind the extinction of the demon race was the nest of 1,000 demons, and not some demon race expert who had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The nest of 1,000 demons was constantly devouring the essence of the demon race on the continent. It was just that the speed of devouring was insignificant, and it didn't have any effect on the demon race, so no one noticed it. But what if it erupted with an extremely powerful force? That would be equivalent to using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique on the entire continent. The consequences would be extremely terrifying, and it was also in line with the death of the old demon race. Find it! Yang Kai spat out a word, and immediately split up with the embodiment to search for the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent. If they could find something in the nest of 1,000 demons, it would mean that their guess was correct. However, the Scarlet Blood continent had collapsed into fragments.